Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Buy my book. Welcome everyone for this 2 nights in a row stream. I'm doing this for you guys. Yep. And this is my book that I'm super proud of that is now available in paperback. And look at that. It's like a good sized book. And it's a good read. And it's a nice escape from this world. And I recommend everyone buy it. It would make me feel better as an author if people were to buy it. But, you know, I gotta do that shameless plug right off the bat. But welcome so far in the sandbox. We have John Davis, hermeteorologist Jet. Welcome, I appreciate you for being all the first ones out. Yeah, hermeteorologist, I have the book ready in paperback. And if I could just get a thumbs up from people to let me know that the audio and visual is okay, I'd appreciate that too, because I could use some producers. I have a bit of a headache, so I don't know how long I'm going to last in this, but there's a lot to cover. Because I did a live stream yesterday, but that was really a live stream from a week ago. Because I had computer issues for an entire week. And so I did yesterday's live stream as I would have done it a week ago because I had done all the work for it. I just still wanted to kind of do it because there are important stories in it. Okay, I'm getting it's an all good. Good. So yeah, I just wanted to get caught up on those stories because a lot of the stories I cover are continuations. So I'm going to be talking about the tariffs again. I'm going to be talking about the Canadian election again. There's some other stories that I've covered in the past that there's updates on that, you know, I feel is important for other people to know. So, you know, I don't just hit a subject and then leave it. I tend to go back to it when there's relevant updates. And I think that's an important thing to do. And that's just my style. That is my style. I don't do one-off, well, I do one-off stories, but a lot of stories I do are, you know, to let people know how things are going, you know, especially if something is going to court, to let people know how that's going, how the process works. You know, if we're going to be talking about how the right is trying to slander Mark Carney again and how complicated and confusing that is. Even though I covered it yesterday, I'm going to be covering it again today because something new came up. So it's all of that sort of stuff. And I hope you guys like that. I have a few people saying that, a few people, all the people in the sandbox saying that they will buy a copy of my book once they have money, and I appreciate it. Don't put yourselves out for it. Because I understand. And you know, I don't want people struggling on my behalf. And it's one of the things, like, I put the book at a rate where I'm making about the same amount that I would make if it was an ebook that's being sold, and I'm only making like $5 or $6 per book I sell. So it is what it is. Amazon has to take their cut. I wish I had my own printing press and then I would just do all my own books. Also, something I was able to show you all yesterday, my completed drawing of Emma Vigeland. Yay! I'm still trying to reach her on like social media. I sent an IM into the Majority Report today to let her know, because it'd be nice to know she's at least seen it. Like, I don't need a response from her. I don't need her saying, oh my God, that's so great or anything. I just want to know she's at least seen it, you know? And I made the video for it. Let's see. Why don't I show the video while we're waiting for people to come in here? Well, if I go over here, I can Okay, I can do this. Make that big.
Okay, Emma, please.
Well,
Pause it. There. And then I can share the screen. There we go. I figured out how to do this. Huh. Might want to make that, I don't know if you guys can see the whole thing. Well, you'll see the whole image, let's put it that way. And I put some music on it and stuff too, so here's the video of the progress video that I stayed up late last night doing.
I feel that my voice is sorely lacking on the majority report.
Wait, whoa. Look, Sam is unpopular.
I do deserve a vacation at Disney World. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome Emma to the show.
It is Thursday.
Yeah, I think you need to take over for Sam.
Yes, please.
No. I'm gonna pause you right there.
Wait, what?
You can't encourage Emma to live like this.
And yes, I just stole
And
the
I'll tell
music
you
to
why.
do this.
So was offered to tour, sushi, and poker with the boys. Tour, sushi, and poker with the boys. So was offered to tour, sushi, and poker with the boys.
What?
Tour, sushi, and poker.
Tim's upset?
Tour, sushi, and poker with the boys. So was offered to tour, sushi, and
That's what we call it in the biz.
tour, sushi, and poker with the boys.
Right.
Tour, sushi, and poker.
We're gonna get demonetized.
I just think that what you did to Tim Pool was mean.
Free speech.
That's not what we're about here. Well, look at how sad he's become now. We shouldn't even talk about it because I think you're responsible.
I probably am in a certain way, but let's get to the meltdown here.
Tour, sushi, and poker with the boys.
Oh my God.
Wow.
There we go. And I have that up on my YouTube channel. It's under shorts. Ah, the Wild West. So much shading. Yes, when I throw shade at a person, it's a compliment. Ah. Let's see. Just checking the sandbox, waiting for people to show up. Jet saying, still gotta convince my vampire-obsessed neighbor to get the book. Haven't ran into her yet. Well, if there's anyone that's interested in vampires, they might like my book. They're not traditional vampires, like they're not all that magical, but they still have like magical qualities, but they can't like turn to mist or turn into a bat, and they don't follow really weird rules, like they can only enter a property if invited and all that sort of stuff. Like they're not that level magical. You know, they're just nocturnal. Sunlight doesn't do anything to them. But I like making them a little bit more grounded. Like, even though they, like I said, they still do have some magical abilities, like in their ability to heal and their telepathic abilities and whatnot. But I like them being more grounded because then things are a bit more challenging, you know? You have to work out a story a bit better that way. Hello, the Wild West. Saying the poverty gang. Yep, I know. I know. But, you know, I appreciate all you guys and just coming out here, chatting in the sandbox. That helps it in the algorithm because of the engagement. Commenting under my videos helps it in the algorithm to help it get out to there. Plugging me to other people. All that sort of stuff doesn't cost a thing, and it really helps the channel out. Zeke the Beast. OMG. Oh, you weren't here yesterday? You didn't see my drawing? Yay. It looks better in the dark, as do I. I used that joke yesterday. But the reason why I say this looks a bit better in the dark is there's a lot of glare from the pencil lead. So you can see it's a bit darker here, depending on the angle. Like, the picture that I have of it online, it doesn't do the drawing justice, you know? Like, it really is, you have to see it in person to really appreciate my drawings. It's one of the things, like, I really hope, I look forward to the day that I actually have, like, my art up in a gallery and I can see people reacting to my art and whatnot, because I'm an artist. I like doing that. But yeah, I have my book as well. Yay. And as a wind down, if I get $50 in this live stream, I will read part of one of my favorite chapters in here that won't have any big spoiler. Well, let me see. Yeah, there's not really spoilers in it to the narrative of this book. But it's still a very fun chapter that I like. And it's only half the chapter that I'll be reading. If people are interested. Zeke to Beast right off the bat. For Emma Art token of thanks. Well, thank you so much for that very generous super chat of $20. I don't know if you sent that before or after you heard me say that if I get $50, I'll read part of the book or not. But I super appreciate it. And it's American money that you're sending me, which is also super appreciated because that's like over $28. So that's almost to the $50 mark. Hello, Auntie K's Tarot. It is tarot, right? I keep saying tarot. I should know that it's tarot card, like it's tarot cards. But I think I do tend to say tarot cards. I don't know. It's a quirk. Tarot. Yeah, I do tend to say tarot cards as opposed to tarot cards. My ex-girlfriend actually, she designed a deck, and I bought a deck from her. And the theme of the cards were bunnies, but like really good. It was really good artwork that she put onto it. She does really good digital art. The type of art that I wish I could do, but then again, a lot of people wish they could do the type of art that I do. So it's, it's always a little bit of this and that. But yeah, the Wild West, I'm working right now, LOL, come to me, money, yes. Anti-Case Tarot, yes, read on the psychic hotlines and illustrate tarot cards. Yeah, I used to have a much bigger belief in a lot of that stuff, and it's one of those things, like I still don't necessarily rule it out, but I don't think anything has been proven when it comes to like mental abilities and things of that sort. It's just in my experience, there have been some things that are beyond coincidence. But there's nothing concrete out there, but I don't rule out the possibility when there's just so much in this universe we don't understand and we don't know, and the ways that we're being influenced by elements we don't even know exist yet, like the factors in the universe and stuff. So it's something that I don't rule out, but I don't necessarily put faith in right now either. So it is what it is. Indicates tarot, I draw on tablet. It's like both drawing and vector combined. It's something that I would like to do. I know like the Letter Hack does that too, where it's drawing on a tablet and stuff. The thing is, money. I don't have the equipment for it. And like I know how to use Photoshop, but I'm using a mouse with it, and it's not quite the same using a mouse to draw. It's doable, but it's not that great. Like if I had the proper equipment for digital art and maybe took a couple classes on it, like online classes on how to do it, that would help. And then I could see what I could do, because there are things in my head that I would love to be able to do, like comic drawing wise, or even like my own cover art for my books would be great. But I can't, like, this type of art, I'm absolutely clueless as to how to do. Like, I know it's done on the computer, but I other than painting this, like with paint, I wouldn't know how to do this on a computer. Anti-Case Tarot, it's about money, but also I never run out of supplies. Very true. And they probably don't go bad either. Anyway, I should probably start getting into the news, even though I've only been chit-chatting for not even 20 minutes. Because, you know, I like to see how people are doing, get a feel for where everyone's at. See about getting more people into the sandbox before I start doing like the meat of the live stream. So they're not asking me questions about like, did you cover this or what about that? I know a lot of people, if they're late to the live stream, they watch it from the beginning at a faster speed to get caught up, which is fine. But it seems like a lot of people don't tune into certain people's live streams until like 20 or 30 minutes in, which then makes those people not want to start the actual process or what they have on the docket until 20 or 30 minutes in. So then other people are like, well, then I can wait a bit long. It's a cycle. It's a cycle. That's what I'm saying. It's a cycle. Auntie K's also saying that I'd learn. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could learn it doing the digital art. It's just equipment. And I'm so fed up with technology right now. Like the thought of like, oh, updates and things of that sort. Plus, I'm pretty sure like my ex, she used Apple products, I believe, like a Apple Mac pad. And that's where the better stuff is. And so then it's a matter of getting stuff that's compatible in both Mac and not Mac. So it's just, yeah. I'll just stick to what I know for now. But the thing is that I can, when, like if you saw the original cover, if I'm given a photo like this, I can alter it very easily in Photoshop. So I can't do something like this from scratch, but I can make the alterations that I want once it's kind of the base of it is down. So I'm very good in Photoshop. Because for people who saw like the original cover, it was like lime green title, no color in her hair whatsoever. There is like a hint of red around here that I added and I warmed it up a bit. So like, and I changed the name because I was just working on a JPEG. So I had to erase the fake author name and replace it with my name, find a font that looks right. So in Photoshop, I'm very good, but making it a cover like that from scratch, not so much, not so much. Old grease, what'd I miss? You see, that's exactly why I start a bit later when it comes to the meat of what I'm doing. Jet, I think latecomers are watching other streams and coming in when those finish. Could be wrong. Yeah, I usually try to start a little bit later, like 6, because usually by then the Surfs is wrapping up and I know we share a lot of audience. So like the bulk of my audience also watches the Surfs. So that's why I start at 6. Also, it just takes me that long to get my full docket ready because I work on it mostly after watching the Majority Report, because the Majority Report's like one of the only shows I watch live. For the most part. Other shows I do watch live if it's available, like if just by happenstance, but the Majority Report's like the only one that I'll go out of my way to watch live. So then I don't start arranging my docket until afterwards, and it takes a few hours. But I also don't wake up early enough to do it beforehand. But usually during the interview part, I'm selecting out all the articles and the tweets and the tabs and putting them into one thing. But then afterwards, I'm sorting all of them, reading, watching, making sure that I have it all smoothed out the way that I want it. Let's see. Auntie K's Tarot, it's true, I use Mac also. I don't even own a computer, only a cell phone until I sold my first tarot deck. So your book might get you new equipment. I'd have to sell a lot more books. A lot more books. But now that I have the one template of the cover, because I paid the cover artist to get the cover, the full cover, the front and back. And she didn't charge much for it at all, even though I still made alterations to it. Um, but that was the size I need because I tried to do it on my own and it just was not working. And I have a hard time reading like how-to manuals and stuff. Like I just want somebody that I can ask, like, what are the exact parameters? Like when I'm setting up a template in Photoshop, what are the pixels I'm putting in? And what is the spacing? Like just tell me that. Tell me that. Let's see, let's see. But one of the big downsides of starting around this time is I try not to eat right before I come on because my stomach will make really weird gurgling noises. But then I get hungry near the end. And I usually still want to go out for my walk near the end, and I especially want to go out for my walk at the end because it's supposed to be snowing, and it might be the last snow of the season, and I really, really love snow. Let's see. Old degrees. I like how Apple stuff needs less care, but I'm a PC more because that same care allows me more control. I had a friend with a Mac computer, not a Mac iPad though. And yeah, it seemed to need less care, but trying to function with it when so many other things are PC based, it makes it difficult. But yeah, I work, it depends on what I'm learning. That I can work better in person or just online stuff. Like when it comes to if I want to do tutorials on Photoshop, I can just do online because I know it well enough that there's a lot of questions I don't need to ask. But something like French, I really did want to learn French and I still kind of do want to learn French, but I don't have the money for a tutor and I need somebody who knows how to teach French and somebody I can talk to because I can do all the online programs I want, the Duolingo and whatnot. It's not the same because I'll have questions, plus my pronunciation is never right. And if I just try to learn French by reading it, then I'm never going to be able to speak it because what you read in French and what you say in French are two different languages. Because almost nothing in French actually sounds the way it's spelt. So it's a very challenging language to learn by just reading books on how to learn French. So then it's like trying to find YouTube videos and stuff, but it's never on the right pace that I want, or it's geared towards children or something of that sort. And so I need somebody, but it can't just be a French speaker. It has to be someone who actually knows some idea as to how to speak French, like to teach it. It's its own skill. As I learned when I was tutoring English to newcomers, because it was easy to help out in conversation circles with immigrants because they immigrated over here. They already had a working base of English. So the conversation circles were more about getting fluent, learning the slang, that sort of thing. And then if they had questions about things they heard, I could answer them, or just questions about Canada and how it works and what they need to know, I could answer that as well. But then I tutored refugees. Completely different, because they had no working knowledge of English because they weren't planning on moving. Hence they're refugees. And so they came here with no English, and the first things they learned, and I kid you not, are hello and double double. That was the first two things they learned. And I wish I was joking. And that was multiple people. So I had to learn how to teach some English. Like luckily they were still going to like actual English classes at some of the colleges and stuff that help out the newcomers. So it wasn't just on me. But I found like the Dollarama kids books for kindergarten on the alphabet and things of that sort. So start with that, and then you know, on how to print the language, because especially if you're coming from and they have like an Arabic background, their alphabet is completely different. How they read is completely different. It's the opposite. So it's so difficult to learn a language that is so different. So I give them like all the credit in the world. I'm just astonished at how they're able to do what they do. Let's see. And so also I might be messing around with the tabs a bit as we go along because I've changed from, I'm moving over from Google Chrome to Firefox. Might have something to do with a certain ad blocker of mine that I really like. That still works on Firefox, but does not work on Google Chrome. And in fact, it automatically got removed from Google Chrome, but it's still on Firefox and I really like it. So I've been moving all my, so all my news tabs that I have for you guys today is in Firefox. And so some of the measurements on how I've laid out my screen might not be quite the same. So let me know if something is weird. I checked it quickly before I started, so it should be okay for the most part. But yeah, all my video watching and stuff, I'm moving over to Firefox, so I don't run into that problem. Not that I'm suggesting anyone should use an ad blocker, considering that I'm a content creator that relies on that sort of thing. Oh, but you know, that's how you know I'm sincere, because it's like, not only am I, you know, I lived experience with poverty. I know other folks in the sandbox living with poverty, and an easy way for me to make more money would be for me to be like, don't use ad blockers. Click on every ad that you see on my channel. In fact, I'm going to put ads to the max. I don't do that because I despise ads, and I live my values. I live my values there. Let's see. Oh. Zeke Dabi says, when someone speaks French, my heart flutters. Well, do you watch my intro and outro? I use French in that. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Hello, welcome. Or good day, welcome. Is how they tend to greet you when you're in Quebec and go into a retail store. They'll do, hello, bonjour. Because a lot of them are bilingual in certain cities, because there's a lot of bilingual people there, so they go hello, bonjour, just as a way of determining what language they should speak to you in. And then at the end, I say salut à la prochaine, and that is basically saying bye until next time. I did try to learn French at one point, and I want to get back into it, but right now, gotta get through the federal election. Yeah. Okay. Should probably get started. So, election called in Canada. Federal election this time. Just got done like not even a month ago. With the provincial election here, and now we have a federal election, and a lot of the same issues are going to come up. Tomorrow I'll be working on my recap video of the provincial election, because it's way past the point. I'll be lucky if I get 100 views on it. But darn it, I'm still doing it. I meant to get it out a lot sooner, but you know, the computer problems really put a stick in my movement, put a stick in my bike, put a beak in my craw. There's a phrase for that. Put glue on my shoes. I don't know. Something that made me not be able to work on what I wanted to work on. So I'll still be doing that video, and a lot of my critique about voting is going to be just as relevant as it was in the provincial election, because every election that comes up, provincial or federal, it's the same dynamic that comes up. Oh, splitting the vote, or the voting of the last thing, or the first past the post sucks, and all this, and so that I'm going to be talking about that in the recap video of the Ontario election, and now I have time to really emphasize that this applies to the federal election that's upcoming too, in how I will vote shame people. Because, you know, we'll be getting a lot more into Mark Carney, because he is now the current Prime Minister. And am I a fan of him? No, of course not. Is he better than Pierre Poilievre? Yes, of course he is. Like, it's just, it's all the bad things that Mark Carney will do are things that Pierre Poilievre was going to do anyway. And Pierre Poilievre will do a lot more other bad things that I can reasonably guess Mark Carney won't. But it doesn't mean Mark Carney is going to be doing a whole bunch of good stuff. So it is, you know, harm reduction, the lesser of two evils, however you want to say it. And there's very valid things within it that I'll be pointing out, especially as we get closer to the actual election, which is on April 28th. So Canadians will head to the polls April 28th, Carney to run in Nepean, sources. So as I was saying before, and which is common sense to me, but apparently a lot of conservatives seem to have forgotten how this works, is yes, Mark Carney does not currently have a seat in the House of Commons. He is not an MP. He's never been an MP. So with the next federal election, it is kind of a given that he'd be running for a seat. And he'd be running for a seat in, generally speaking, a safe Liberal riding. And I think there had been some talk of him running in Alberta, which is not necessarily a smart move, because there are no safe ridings in Alberta for a Liberal candidate. So it's now in Nepean, which is like Ottawa. So Canadians will head to the polls Monday, April 28th. Sources have confirmed to CTV News. Yeah, so he'll be running in the election in the Ottawa riding of Nepean. The Liberal Party officially announced Carney will be... Okay, why... Well, this article is very repetitive. Maybe I just wanted to watch the video on this. No, the video is like over 5 minutes long. Sorry. I usually, if I watch a video with you guys, I usually like to keep it under like 3 minutes if possible. Let's see. So Ottawa is where Mark Carney raised his family, devoted his career to public service, and always gave back to his community, the Post says. The nomination for Nepean opened up this week after Liberal Party candidates suddenly revoked Liberal MP Chandra Ari's nomination, citing a review of new information received by the Liberals' Green Light Committee. This was interesting because she was somebody who is trying to become the leader of the Liberal Party, but there were issues, some quite valid issues in how she was running as a Liberal, as in she wasn't. Even more so than Mark Carney wasn't. Like, she was running more right-wing than Liberal, whereas Mark Carney was just running Conservative. So there were some issues, and let's see if this actually reminds us what those issues were. Oh, right, I'm thinking of the other woman. Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. There was a woman that also wasn't able to run. I remember this guy now. Also issues. The decision to remove him comes almost 2 months after the party told Ara it would not accept him as a candidate for the leadership. Yeah, sorry. There were two candidates in the federal leadership race that didn't make the cut. So it makes sense that if they can't make the cut for the leadership for reasons that they shouldn't be a candidate either. It kind of makes sense. So Mark Carney will be running in that riding. Who is the woman? I don't know. I'm horrible with names. Anyway, we know it will be April 28th now. The date means Carney has opted for the shortest possible campaign period allowed under Canadian law. The last federal election in the summer of 2021 was also 37 days long. It also means advance polls would take place over Easter weekend. Yay! Parliament, meanwhile, has been prorogued for more than 2 months after the resignation announcement of former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Of course, we know that. By calling an election on Sunday, Carney will not have to present a throne speech or face confident votes that could bring the Liberal minority government down. Yeah, a little late for that. Carney also does not currently have a seat in the House of Commons, and that we know. And so my frustration with this is going to be, there's going to be a lot of NDP ridings that still do not have a candidate, like literally still do not have a candidate, because they're scrambling to fill all the seats because snap election. If they couldn't see this coming back in as early as October and started preparing for the fact that there would be a snap election in the spring, it's kind of on them. They're not very good at this, and all of their seats should be filled now, but I know from personal experience that is most likely not the case, that there are probably, even though the election has started, there are seats that do not have a candidate in them yet. And so what this means is that candidates are not properly vetted. Candidates are appointed or parachuted in, which means you're not going to get a candidate that's very passionate about what they're doing. And, you know, the NDP really kneecaps themselves when they limit the type of people that run as candidates. Like, they filter out people who tend to be the activists, which is just bad to begin with. But if you have candidates that are passionate about running and the principles and the policies and stuff like that, you have a far better chance of flipping seats than somebody that's basically just a placeholder, you know, the paper candidate type thing. Let's see. So lots of talk about who Mark Carney is, what he's done already. So this is all election kind of related stuff. And then there's going to be another section where we're talking again more about Mark Carney, but other things, because you know that tariff thing that just seems to never be going away. So Art Candy had tweeted this out. I really love how they spell their name. Canadian Prime Minister, it's easy to be negative about everything, blah, 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 blah. Quotes what he says in here. And this is so, I guess the phrase is like Pollyannish, what he says here. So it's a contrast, like some of the things that he's putting out there, I think are really good and strong. And then there's other things that make my eyes roll so hard that it's giving me a migraine 2 months from now.
It's easy to be negative about everything when you've never fixed anything. It's easy to be negative about everything when you've never built anything, when you've never had to make a payroll. But negative slogans aren't solutions. Anger isn't action. Division isn't strength.
Anger absolutely is action, actually. It's a driving force of a lot of action that happens. I wish that wasn't the case, but that's reality. But, you know, negativity, bad. So just don't talk about reality then.
Negativity won't win a trade war. Negativity won't pay the rent or the mortgage. Negativity won't bring down the price of groceries.
And do you know what else won't pay the rent or bring down the grocery prices? A lot of his policies.
Easy to be negative about everything when you've never fixed anything. It's easy to be negative.
Yeah. And so this is kind of like where I feel like the wealthy patting people on the head, being like, oh, it's going to be okay if you just do what I say and all this sort of stuff, and negativity and blah, blah, blah. You know, you shouldn't be so negative. Look on the sunny side of life. It's a very privileged perspective to be coming from. Because if you live in dire poverty all the time, how can you be positive? Like, it's just, it's a reality check. If somebody was just super positive about life and everything it has to offer, but they live in dire poverty all the time, I'd actually wonder about their mental health. Like, it doesn't mean that you can't be happy at times, that you can't be positive, that you can't be hopeful. But where are the policies that would bring that hope, that would bring that, outlook of like, okay, change is coming? He's not offering those policies that would actually change the negativity around. He's just basically saying, stop being negative, even though we're not giving you any reason to not be negative. Just, it's the whole, the secret thing, just positive thinking can change your outlook type thing, It can change your situation. You just gotta think positively. That's not how the world works. So to me, like, this was a bad kind of little clip of him. It's not something that I think would bring anyone out to the polls. But this one, Guy Felicia had tweeted it out. I wish I had seen more like this from the Liberals before Justin Trudeau had stepped down, like during the last election and stuff. But they still were playing with kids' clubs when it came to the Conservatives. And I like a lot of the directness in this.
Jobs ever had. He got, as being a politician, he was a political staffer. He got elected to the House of Commons very early on, his low 20s. Said he was only going to serve 2 terms. He's ended up serving, I think he's probably into his 5th. He's got the biggest pension, publicly paid pension of anyone. And he's that lifelong politician that, you can only believe so much in the free market if you're a tenured professor at Chicago or you're a lifelong politician.
Or a banker.
Right. And he just sort of worships in that world. He defaults to the same solutions all the time. And he's also, I honestly believe he disdains much about the country, much of what I just described, which to me, and I think to Canadians, is the nature of the country. He disdains. So he's been on this mantra for the last several years. Canada's broken, and Canada's broken because we're stupid. Okay. Canada's broken because we're stupid. And
yeah, that's what Pierre was saying during some interviews with like Jordan Peterson and stuff, which he'll mention. But I do like this kind of like very direct, like, yeah, he's been a lifelong politician. He's been saying this stuff. He's been doing this stuff. He's not really offering counters in this, but it's important to keep on reminding people who Pierre Poilievre actually is. And oddly enough, he has a better chance of reaching conservatives because, he's a conservative. And he doesn't come across like a clown. And Pierre Poilievre, we're going to be seeing a couple more clips of him. He's a clown, absolute clown.
And, he finds an echo chamber with Jordan Peterson and other people who he sits down and talks with. So there's a disdain for the country that he envisions. It's pretty awkward for him now that the country's coming together and it's Canadian pride, and we're under attack by the very people that he's been cozying up to. So literally as we speak, he's trying to find a Canadian flag to wrap himself in and play patriot. Last refuge of a scoundrel.
So I thought that was, a fairly decent, very direct kind of add towards Pierre Poilievre, and I'd like to see more of it. It actually reminds me a lot of like NDP ads, actually. But I wanted to get into, was it in this clip that he mentions it? Okay, yeah, so I think I have my tabs out of order. So then here's from CPAC talking Mark Carney when asked the difference between Pierre Poilievre's campaign pledge to cut personal income taxes and his own. So this is Mark Carney talking about taxes.
Mr. Poilievre and you both unveiled middle-class tax cuts yesterday. He described income tax as the fine you need to pay for working hard. His tax cut is larger than yours. I'm wondering what you make of it, if you considered it a deeper cut than the one you offered yesterday.
I think so. Thanks for the question. It's a fundamental difference in our approach. We have a balanced approach. He has a simple approach. I recall that Mr. Polyev, when COVID began, his solution was, let's have a tax cut. His response with the tariff war and the revenue that the government is collecting from the retaliatory tariffs, he said, I'm going to use that to cut taxes. We say we're going to use that to protect workers who are directly affected by, and that's what we've done. That's what we've done with the changes we announced over last week.
Easy, I'm doing this little fun eyebrow thing right now because he's talking about like all Pierre Polyev ever does is he just wants to cut the taxes. That's all he's doing is cut the taxes. This guy has been prime minister for a week and has already got rid of the capital gains tax and the carbon tax. So you're really knocking Pierre Polyev for wanting to cut taxes when that is like literally the thing that he has done since he's been in office.
He said, and now he's backed it up with initiative, that he will eliminate, not just cut, eliminate childcare, eliminate dental care, eliminate pharmacare. He still doesn't have enough to pay. He's going to eliminate foreign aid.
And those are things that I am worried about should Pierre Polyev get into power, is that the slight little milquetoast gains that we have with the Liberals, he would roll back. Again, Mark Carney, not a great option. Better than Pierre Polyev, because those are little differences to some people, but to some people those are huge. Like my mom was able to go to the dentist for the first time in like years and years and years because of this program. So, you know, it can have life-altering effects on people by simply being able to go to the dentist, having help with the childcare, all that sort of stuff. Stuff that Pierre Polyev would get rid of and then also make it harder for people to access.
He's at it. He's eliminating the Housing Accelerating Fund. So he's eliminating affordable housing. And even with all that, he's getting this number. It's a everyone for themselves approach versus we're all in it together. We have a balanced approach. Yes, we're focused on affordability. Yes, we want Canadians to have more money in their pockets. That's why we have a middle-class tax cut. But at the same time, we have these supports for the most vulnerable in our society, for those who can't.
Do you? Really? Do you? People with disabilities? Do you have those supports in place?
To afford dental care. We're talking millions and millions of Canadians in that case. Millions and millions of Canadians using childcare so that both parents can go to work and be full parts of society.
Yes, we want both parents participating in capitalism. We want both parents in the workforce. You know, we don't want to make life so affordable that one can actually stay home and raise children.
I can go on.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just, Mark Carney, here he is, like, my government is canceling the capital's gains tax hike. We're going to incentivize builders, innovators, and entrepreneurs to grow their businesses right here in Canada and create more good-paying jobs. It's time to build the strongest economy in the G7. When has ever cutting taxes worked? The whole trickle-down thing. Oh, here's the serfs just saying, sure, trickle-down economics has yet to provide a single example of doing anything other than grotesque wealth concentration while killing the poors and lower classes. But sure to work this time. Hail Reagan. And Sam Hirsch here was saying, canceling the capital gains tax hike is nothing to do with incentivizing builders or creating more jobs and everything to do with putting more money in the pockets of the wealthy and well-connected. Yes. The capital gains tax was something that the Conservatives used to just yell and scream about, but we need a bigger one. Like, we need a much more strict and severe capital gains tax. Like, those are the people that can pay for all the programs that help the vast majority of people in this country. Tax the rich. There should not be billionaires. There should not be 100 millionaires. You know, I'm fine with somebody having $10 million, but what in life can you not get if you have $10 million that would actually like concretely improve your quality of life? What can you not get at 10 million that you can get at 100 million? And I'm not just talking about, ooh, an extra yacht or something, like something that can concretely improve your life and make your quality of life better. There's nothing. You get to a certain amount and there's nothing more that money can buy you to make the quality of your life any better than what it would have been at the lower rate. But if you were to give some of that money to somebody who is living with poverty, that has life-altering positive impacts on them. It is such a benefit. Like if somebody were to just drop $10,000 in my lap right now, and you know, that's not even the 10 million, just a fraction of that, $10,000. If you drop that in my lap right now, I'd be like, what? Like, I'd be able to get a car that I don't have to worry about breaking down in the street. I'd be able to get those French lessons that I've been wanting, the rest of the equipment that I need for my studio, maybe that tablet so I could try art that way, which could then lead to me having a more lucrative career because I have a car that I can get around and still be getting the supplies and stuff that I need. And I'm expanding my art portfolio, which will hopefully lead to a better income someday. Like that money gets reinvested in the community right away. And it would also then improve my quality of life drastically. But, you know, somebody who has like $100 billion, how dare you take away, you know, a certain cap over making, you know, over that or something like that. Like, come on. They wouldn't even notice. You could take away, if you have $100 million, you could take away 90% of their money and not tell them, and they wouldn't even notice. You take away 90% of the money I have in my bank, I notice. But for people who are so rich that you could take away that much money, they wouldn't even notice, nothing in their life would change. That is an imbalance that is unconscionable in this world. When we have people who are living on the streets, starving to death, people on disability, desperate to get the medical equipment they need, the appointments they need, an apartment that is, you know, accommodating for who they are and how they live. Like all of this stuff, it is unconscionable that we have so many people unnecessarily suffering when you have these rich assholes with so much money that you could take away 90% of it and nothing in their life would change. Nothing. But, you know, Mark Carney is more concerned with those people, those rich people, than he is with the people living with the poverty. So that was Mark Carney talking a couple times, but here's Pierre Poilievre, who is pearl clutching, as this person says, over Mark Carney's finances. And so the thing is that, as we learned in this video here, Pierre Poilievre is a lifelong politician. He's also a millionaire. He didn't say that in this video, but for people who know, he's a millionaire. He owns several properties, including he's a landlord. And somebody decided to ask him about that.
With CTV News.
Yeah.
You co-own a real estate investment firm in Calgary, and your wife also owns a rental property in Ottawa that she doesn't live in. Buying and renting properties as an investment can contribute to increased competition in the housing market, so aren't you contributing to that problem?
No, not at all. We're helping solve the problem by providing affordable rental accommodations to two deserving families.
They're problem solved. Two families, affordable. We are helping the crisis by offering, you know, people to give us their for us to have a passive income based off of two people. Yeah. Problem solved. Canada is fixed. Yeah, because Pierre Poilievre has rental properties that he can just sit on his ass and make money with. And he's not going to disclose how he had the money to even get those properties in the first place. Of course not.
Okay, and as a follow-up, economists have warned Canadians against using equity in their homes as an ATM, and your wife last summer took out a $425,000 mortgage on her rental property. That's nearly twice what she paid for it. Why did she decide to do that?
Well, she followed all of the rules and used the equity that she has built up through a very responsible and intelligent investment to maximize the best interests of her financial position. And my wife has followed all the rules and reported all of her financial decisions to the ethics commissioner as the rules require.
Yep, we have followed all the rules when it comes to milking the system. Let's see if I can... This looks different. There. That's more what I'm used to it looking like when I'm doing a live stream. Yeah, no, we've followed all the rules on how to have a passive income, on how to manipulate the system. So I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem. I'm living my values, and he is. Like, that's the thing. Pierre Poilievre is absolutely living his values. So, you know, him being a landlord, not shocking. And if you knew anything about him, you knew this a long time ago. But here's more. Watch. Pierre Poilievre admits he doesn't have the security clearance to receive briefings on foreign interference going into the election. Again, considering what is happening right now with the threat of the United States, even, not having the security clearance should be disqualifying to be prime minister. And it's one thing if you don't have it, but it's another thing as to why you aren't getting it. Because he's had ample time to get it, and he's just given ample excuses as to why he shouldn't. Which really gets people wondering, like, what is there? What is he trying to hide? Like, is there something there that wouldn't grant him that security clearance? And as far as I'm concerned, if you can't get that ahead of time, you should not be prime minister. It should be an absolute necessity that you can pass getting a security clearance before you become prime minister, because if he were to become prime minister, he just gets that security clearance, despite anything that might be, you know, problematic as to why he might not be able to get it now. Of course, it's just a might and maybe, because we don't know. We don't know what's in his heart as to why he's not getting his security clearance. So we're just left to speculate, and that is exactly what I'm doing. I think he wouldn't pass.
Hello, Mr. Poilievre, Mark Ramsey with the Toronto Star. Your party was the target of foreign interference in the last two election campaigns, but you're going into this one without the security clearance necessary to receive briefings on this. When should Canadians expect you to get that security clearance?
Well, I've already had...
Well, pretty much after I become prime minister, that's when I'll get that security clearance, because it'll just be granted to me at that point.
Clearance. I was a minister in cabinet already. And the government has the ability to give me any information they think necessary. But what I'm not going to do is go into a process, a politically directed process by the Liberals that they use to decide what I can see.
Okay, the Liberals don't run the security clearance. It's not a partisan thing. It's the government of Canada that does it. It's not a party that does it. It's the government. It's not the Liberals determining what he can and cannot say. That's one of the speculations why he doesn't want it, is because then he wouldn't be able to lie to people because he would know the truth about certain things. And he wants the ability to keep on saying whatever narrative he wants to spin at that time. But it's not the Liberals who would be silencing him with this.
And say and comment on. We know that the Liberals have made Canada a playground to foreign interference. They're the ones that have benefited from foreign interference. We also call on the government to have the foreign agent registry set up for this election so that Canadians know if any foreign or hostile regimes are intervening in our democracy, so that we can expose that and protect ourselves.
En français,
Okay. And then we got a little bit more to go over, but I just saw a highlighted message for me from Vicky Klee. Hello. We just tried to raid you, but your settings aren't turned on to allow that. I thought I had changed that. Do I have to do that for like every video or every live stream that I do? I thought I defaulted it to that. Oh well, it's something that I'll have to look into because I do appreciate a raid. That would be very helpful. So, technology. I'll have to look into it. Anyway, let's go back to this. So more from Mark Carney. We cannot and should not look first to others to defend our nation. So, again, where his priority lies on where he's going to be spending his money. And I was like, do I talk about this one or not? But then there's things in here that are like, that's pretty important. And it also gives a clear indication of where his priorities lies if he becomes prime minister.
Working with our long-standing defense and security partners, Australia, to build a new long-range, over-the-horizon military radar system.
What Canada needs is to be more militarized, according to Mark Carney.
This is an investment of more than $6 billion in the most advanced and efficient radar system. The over-the-horizon radar system will enable Canada to detect and respond to both air and maritime threats over our Arctic faster and from further away.
Okay, maybe I'm just like super naive on this and everything, and I just... Like, I know it was like a thing back in the 80s to think that this was going to happen, but does anyone really, like, realistically speaking, think Russia is going to launch attacks, like with missiles, on Canada and the United States? Because if they do that, they get wiped out for one thing, and then there's that whole issue of, like, you know, starting the nuclear war that ends the world type thing. But, you know, Russia will invade their neighbors for sure, because they're on the borders and they think they can hold the land, which not so much. But the thing about where we're situated on the globe, it's very difficult for another country to invade and hold it. Like, that's why the threat of the United States, I think, is really bothering a lot of Canadians, because we share that border. But the idea of Russia or China launching missiles at us, I feel like in our societal evolution, we've moved past that. Like, I hope that's the case. Like, the idea that we need to have some sort of air defense against them, it just doesn't seem realistic to me, because the thought of either of those countries trying to invade, like actually invade Canada or the United States, just seems so far-fetched to me at this point. Like, I know they do it to their smaller neighbors for sure, but the idea that they would go over oceans seems, again, it just seems a little far-fetched to me.
It will, most fundamentally, keep all Canadians safe. Aujourd'hui, j'annonce que mon gouvernement travaille souveraineté. Nous allons 420 000 grâce à une présence accrue. We are strengthening the presence of the Canadian Armed Forces to detect, to defend, and deter, and to defend the Arctic and our sovereignty. We're committing nearly $420 million to protect that sovereignty, with forces across land, air, and sea, with greater sustained and year-round presence here in the Arctic. The world is changing. Our adversaries are increasingly emboldened. International institutions and norms that have kept Canada secure are now being called into question. And the United States priorities, our ally, our United States priorities, once closely aligned with our own, are beginning to shift. Our government recognizes that while Canada must be strong in our partnerships, particularly NORAD, and today's announcement will strengthen our commitment to NORAD, well, that is true. We cannot and should not look first to others to defend our nation. Today's announcement helps accomplish both those objectives.
Yep. Making all the communities up north and none of it military compounds. It's, you know, when I was a kid, there was this vision of the future. I think, you know, Star Trek Next Generation is responsible for it, that I had hoped that we would have been way past this point by now. Because I was just catching Auntie Kay's Tara mentioning something about defending minerals and resources up in the Arctic, and I can understand that. It's just... the way the priority shouldn't be how do we negotiate this through, you know, the military and war and stuff like that. It's how do we build proper trading relationships with nations that we might not necessarily like, but can keep the peace. And building ties that way. And I know that it's very Star Trek of me to think things like that, but it's just... there's already so much horrors in this world. And I guess we just live in our bubble over here, and I hope that it never expands here. And we'd like to think it could never happen here. I'm pretty sure a lot of other nations have also said that. So again, I don't think there will ever be boots on the ground from the United States, but you never know. You never know. Oh. I looked so hard for this clip. This is all that's here. I wanted to see his response. I wanted to hear it in English. Because this is a very, very good question. So the whole clip is in French, but it's in quotes here in English. A reporter asks Mark Carney, in 1 week you promised to cancel the increase in capital gains. You opened the door to pipeline project, and you also promised to cancel the GST on purchase of a first home. Again, a whole bunch of like cutting taxes from him. My question is simple. Why didn't you run for the Conservative Party? And I know just enough French to know that that was basically the question asked. Yeah, it is. He is just a conservative. He's a conservative running as the liberal leader right now, the prime minister. It is... when you have a reporter that's bold enough to ask that, you know it's pretty obvious at that point. And I hate this flag right here. It looks like a spider. Like, it's just the way that it's... like, I'm sure it's not, but it's just the way that it's situated there. It just looks like a really big spider. It's bothering me. But yeah, very good question. I would have actually loved to hear his response to it, but I couldn't find the full video, and the full video would have been in French. So I'd have to rely on if there was an English translation of it somewhere. But yeah, I don't think I don't think anyone can hide from the fact now that Mark Carney is not a liberal. He is a conservative. Main shot. So I have a little bit more to go over with election-related stuff, more about the attacks being launched against Mark Carney right now that are sorely inappropriate. But yeah. Let's check the sandbox, though, so I don't get too far behind in questions and comments and stuff. Let's see. People agreeing with me that anger does motivate. Jet, poor dental hygiene has been linked to so many illnesses and poor health outcomes. It's a literal crime that people don't have dental access. Absolutely. And just even simple, like, quality of life stuff. To be able to enjoy food without your mouth hurting. Like something like that. Just something as basic as that. To be able to eat any kind of food you want without your teeth hurting you. Let's see. Andy K's Tarot. Eat the billionaire and the millionaires. Yes. At some point. Hello, Shemagli. More like he's incentivizing wealth hoarding. Yep. And Hunger Games 1989 is also in the sandbox. Welcome, everyone. Were you guys at my live stream yesterday? Did you see this? Boom. I have the short posted of the progress video of this drawing. Of just some random person I saw online. Also, my book is in paperback now and available for sale on Amazon. Please buy it. It would make me feel better. And I am so looking for a day where I can sit down or do like a live, like a Zoom call or something with like 12 people who have read my book and just talk about it, like do a book club type thing about it. Because part of it is, since I'm expanding on it with prequels and sequels, there's some holes that I need help filling, some plot. Like I know roughly what I want to happen in these areas, but it helps me to soundboard them out with someone so that I can have a better idea as to what the incident was that happened at said time. Shemagli, wealthy people don't reinvest their money, they hoard it. Absolutely. Let's see. Just going to skip back past some of these. Shemagli, the liberals took away all my chances to get security clearance. I think there's some sarcasm in there. The Wild West laughing. CSIS agents, very liberal. Let's see. Oh, hello, Bad Lefty and Bobby. Oh, Looney Tunes 9000. I see a bunch more people have just hopped into the sandbox. Welcome, welcome. Doing a bunch of, guess what, Canadian news. Also, I mentioned that if I raise $50 in this live stream, that I will read part of this book. Part of a chapter in this book that I really like. To get people all interested in buying it, because I would like to sell more copies of it. Yay. And also, I have put on Blue Sky and Twitter a post about this drawing of Emma, and I tagged her in it, but if people could like also like tweet it out and tag her and stuff like that so that she actually sees it, that would be nice. Like, it's one of the things, like, I'm not looking for her to like fawn over it or to tell me like, oh my god, it's great. Like, I don't care about that. I would just like to know she's seen it. That's all. That's all. Oh, hello, Sammy. And Monope. Wow, so many people have jumped in. Well, hopefully I didn't miss anyone in the sandbox. Vicky Klee. There we go. Get that into MR's IM system. I tried sending in an IM today, but I don't think we can IM images in. But I did try to send in an IM today to let them know that it was posted and stuff. And you can see the short of it. I'll probably show it later on again of the progress video that I made of it. Yeah. So we're going to get back into it, and some content warning. There's some unpleasant stuff that we're getting into. And this is attacks on Mark Carney. And again, this is going to be a very dirty and difficult election. And so Frank Dominic has this video, and we'll watch it. It's short. But and there's a couple other things that you have to take all of this with a huge grain of salt. Like, I mean, a massive mountain grain of salt, and I'll get into why. But just that this is happening in the first place is really disgusting. So here we go. So Frank Dominic, why is Juno News attacking Mark Carney's child for being trans? Why does it matter? And why is Pierre Poilievre okay with associating, promoting Juno News and their hateful rhetoric?
Juno News, also known as True North, is attacking Carney's kid for being trans. And what's interesting is that the Shopify COO is actually on the board of directors for True North, which is Juno News, and he's also married to the editor-in-chief of Juno News. Think about how crazy it is that Juno News published a hit piece on the new Prime Minister's child. They called it breaking news. How is this breaking news? What does this have to do with Canada at all? And how is Shopify okay with this happening? Probably because Shopify is associated with Pierre Poilievre. Pierre actually gave it.
Yeah, I would never use Shopify for my stuff. Just saying, there's the values of the people who run that company are too, yeah, well, most corporation owners are not that great, but the owners of Shopify in Canada, at least, have been very outspoken, and there's no way that I could ever associate with Shopify in Canada. Luckily, I don't need to, though.
An exclusive interview to the Shopify COO's wife. And there's also been some other help and further connections there. Isn't it weird how Pierre Poilievre says that he's not like Trump, but then here he is associating with tech bros in Canada, the richest tech bros that we have in Canada, just like how Trump associated with Musk? The same tech bros who are part of a group called Build Canada, which is a group of rich Canadian business owners who want to basically shape the government to their whims. These are the people that Pierre Poilievre associates with. Juno News...
So, where I'm saying that we need a huge grain of salt with this, because we have Jagmeet Singh, he's actually tweeted out about this, saying to Poilievre's friends, lay off Carney's kid, stop being a bunch of bullies and jerks, it's not okay. And then here we have somebody who is a conservative, or associated with conservative, directors of comms to Prime Minister Stephen Harper, also pushing back against this, and this is Demetrius Soudas. Why do you need to post this on X? Why is it news? How is this relevant to why is a child not off limits? This is wrong, cruel, and nasty. And he's quote tweeting this exclusive from Candace Malcolm, founder of True North and Juno News. Mark Carney sent his, and then, so, okay, here's where they're claiming that Mark Carney has a child who goes by they, them pronouns. And in this, they completely misgender them by referring to them as daughter and using she, her pronouns. And they made up a story about them going to Tavistock Transgender Clinic to cause, like in my last stream, when Jank was tweeting out this outrageous claim that 60% of Democrats were opposed to having trans women in women's sports. When you went to check the source, you saw that that wasn't really the case. And so I wanted to check the source on this. And the thing is that I couldn't find out if this person is actually related to Mark, or if maybe they just have the same last name. So this is the picture that they were using on their exclusive. Mark Carney sent, it would be child, to discredit UK Tavistock transgender clinic, and then they go on to misgender them, even though they say Sasha, who uses they them pronouns and legally changed their name, but then, you know, misgenders them and all that sort of stuff. This was the only thing I could find about them. Sasha Carney. Sasha Carney is a Canadian poet studying English and women's gender and sexuality studies at Yale University. They are a twice winner for the Foyle Young Poets of the Year Award and perform regularly with Vogue and LGBTQ-centered spoken word group. Their work has been published by the Poetry Society and the Yale Herald. In their spare time, they enjoy knitting and over-analyzing sitcoms. Mark Carney does have 4 children, but on his Wikipedia page doesn't say anything about this. So it's entirely possible, absolutely entirely possible, that Sasha is Mark's child, but I've also not seen, and this is the thing about this day and age. You have to check these things. Attacking Sasha for whatever reason is wrong, especially coming from like a news, True North isn't news, Juno News isn't real news, but a news organization attacking some random person, or even if they are the child of Mark Carney, it doesn't give them carte blanche to then go after them. Politicians' children's, unless those children get involved with the politics, like, you know, Donald Trump's kids have, or are doing things that are nepotism heavy feeling type thing, they're off limits. Absolutely off limits. Like, true, I make fun of Doug Ford's daughter making the KK cookies spelt with a K. So the acronym of her business was KKK. But that's something I probably would have even touched on even if she had no relation to Doug Ford, because that story was darkly hilarious. But if Sasha is Mark's child, and quite possibly is, off limits. Off limits. Unless they get politically engaged with Mark's campaign or the government somehow. But there's also I didn't find anything on Sasha actually going to this clinic or anything. None of it. And I'm just checking the sandbox because maybe somebody in the sandbox knows. Because this could literally just be some random person who happens to have the same last name as Mark Carney. And it's not like that sort of thing hasn't affected people before. Because there was somebody who was accused of being a mass shooter by some right-wing organizations that actually took them to court and sued them and won because of a shared name. So yeah, completely off limits. And let's see, to do something like that. But one of the reasons why I will say we should still vote for Mark Carney over Pierre Poilievre is when it comes to queer issues. So regardless if Sasha is Mark's child or not, I have the feeling, the vibe, that Mark Carney is going to be better on queer issues than Pierre Poilievre. And if we need any more evidence of that, well, we got it on camera. Pierre Poilievre just saying it out loud. So the Serfs had quote tweeted this out saying Pierre Poilievre joins Donald Trump and MAGA on trying to ban gender affirming care for LGBTQ plus people because he's offers nothing for the working class. And I have touched on some of his rhetoric before, but this is pretty blatant because there's also a video of him saying, "What do you mean there's more than 2 genders?" even though he works in the government and knows that, you know, passports and birth certificates can have gender X on them, like mine does.
Mr. Do you support age restrictions for puberty blockers and hormone therapies for trans kids?
I think that Justin Trudeau is trying to divide and distract Canadians by spreading disinformation about the decisions that premiers and parents are making.
What do you think? What do you think? I want to know your position.
What is your own party policy? It's your own party policy. At party
I think we
convention.
should protect the rights of parents to make their own decisions.
What does it mean?
With regards to their children. And I believe that.
Yeah, we want parents to have the right to make decisions in regards to their own children, but we won't let them do this healthcare. Like, what if the parent wants to do this healthcare? Well, we won't let them do this healthcare because we respect their rights.
Adults should have the freedom to make any decision they want about their bodies.
But minors. Ban surgeries and medical interventions for minors, as your own party members suggested.
Medical interventions like what?
That is the language that your party
What medical
used.
interventions?
Well, you would have to ask your party members.
What medical interventions?
Such as puberty blockers and hormone
For minors?
Yeah. Yes.
Irreversible? You're talking about.
They're not irreversible. And like hormone therapy after a while, if you take it during puberty, there are some changes that won't be reversible. But the thing is that going through puberty also causes changes that aren't reversible. And so ideally you want to be going through the puberty that matches your gender identity. But puberty blockers, absolutely 100% reversible. You stop using them, they stop blocking puberty. It's kind of simple. And cis children have been using them for precocious puberty for a long, long time. But you might notice the reporters asking a few times about the puberty blockers and wanting him to really clarify it.
I would like to understand your position.
No, I want to be clear. I just want to be clear.
For minors.
Puberty blockers for minors?
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
I think that we should protect children and their ability to make adult decisions when they're adults.
So you think only adults? Only adults should make. You said yes. Just to be clear, you said yes. Only adults should take puberty blockers.
I think we should protect children. Let them.
You see, they keep on repeating this because by the time you're an adult, you ain't taking puberty blockers. The use of puberty blockers happens well before you're an adult. Like the idea of like, oh, well, let them use puberty blockers once they hit 18. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, I want to think of like a really witty retort about offering something after it's absolutely the most useless thing that you could ever give. It's like, you know, you had to spend your time chewing through a tree to knock it over. Like you had to just go absolutely beaver on that tree to get it over. And then after it's on the ground, somebody's like, oh, here's an axe. Like, it's just the idea of like, oh, no, we're the common sense conservatives and people shouldn't get puberty blockers until they're 18. Not very common sense.
Make adult decisions when they become adults.
So that means you are against puberty blockers for kids under the age of 18. Is that
Yes.
unclear? Okay. What about? Can I ask you about?
Yeah, I'm against children using puberty blockers when they should be using puberty blockers.
In Alberta.
By the way, I just want to make another comment on this. Justin Trudeau is again puffing out his chest, trying to divide Canadians and attack parents who are trying.
So this was before. So this clip from Juno News, shocking, was from February 7th. So this was from before the federal leadership race had concluded. So Justin Trudeau was still prime minister at that time.
To protect their kids. He will, in the end, back down on this, just like he had to back down on his firearms policy, just like he had to back down on bringing in medical assistance and dying for people suffering from mental illness. Just like he's backing down again and again and again, he will back down on this because...
So we don't really need to finish watching this because, you know, talking about Justin Trudeau and whatnot, but do I see Mark Carney with this type of rhetoric? the thought that he might try to ban puberty blockers for children, or any sort of hormone therapy for children, or, trans care for youth. Do I see Mark Carney doing that? No. Pierre Poilievre will. He will find a way, even though it's unconstitutional, it would go against our protected rights. He's not afraid to use the notwithstanding clause. He's already said that he would use it for bail reform. Well, once you start using it for one thing, what's to stop him from using it for other things just to get what he wants? Again, this is why when I do that recap video for Ontario election, I'll be including some things about the upcoming federal election. You vote for the lesser evil because one is a hell of a lot worse than the others. My identity as a non-binary person, Mark Carney won't be trying to take that away from me. The Conservative Party will. They're going to try to make it so that you can't have it on your passport, that you can't have it on your birth certificate. That's not something I'm worried about under Mark Carney. I think Mark Carney is more worried about making his billionaire friends richer and the upper class and helping corporations and stuff like that. But he's not going to do anything specifically detrimental. He's not going to pass policy that is harmful for the sake of being harmful. He might pass some policy that ends up with some harmful consequences, but that's not the goal of it. Whereas a lot of the goal of what the Conservatives want to pass is harmful. They want people to suffer. They want people who they feel aren't deserving to be punished. And yeah, I'm not worried. Like I said, I'm not worried about my identity as somebody who is non-binary being erased under Mark Carney. I'm worried about that with Pierre Poilievre. And just some more gross attacks. So I touched on this yesterday. Again, this election campaign is just going to be absolutely bonkers with the amount of right-wing false media attacks. And this is part of the reason why I'm like, I don't even know if Sasha is Mark's child or just somebody who happens to have the same last name. Because there was a group sending around a fake photo of Mark Carney with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, they're never really worried about the real people with actual proof of being with Jeffrey Epstein, but they were passing around a photo of Jeffrey Epstein, of Mark Carney on Jeffrey Epstein, or sitting with him, and it was an absolutely fake AI-generated photo. And so Canada Proud launches attack ads linking Mark Carney to notorious pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Pierre Poilievre's office won't say if he condones conservative groups' ads, juxtaposing Prime Minister with global child sex trafficker. A third-party group with close ties to Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is running attack ads associating Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney with Jeffrey Epstein's global child trafficking ring ahead of a possible federal election. Canada Proud, a third-party advertising group run by Conservative operatives who work for Pierre Poilievre's Conservative Party leadership campaign, is currently running 10 separate Facebook ads insinuating vague ties between Canada's new Prime Minister and the notorious pedophile. According to Meta's Facebook ad library, Canada Proud has already spent around $15,000 on Carney Epstein ads that have been viewed nearly 2 million times. Canada Proud's founder, Jeff Ballingall, recently announced plans to spend up to $200,000 on Facebook ads targeting Carney before an election is called, which could come as early as Sunday, and it's already come. So, absolutely disgusting that they're allowed to do this. This is defamatory. Absolutely, Mark Carney should, this is legally, he can sue them for defamation at this point. This is absolutely harmful to his reputation, to his career. Nobody should be associated with Jeffrey Epstein who isn't actually an associate of Jeffrey Epstein. To just do that as a way to attack Mark Carney is disgusting. And the fact that there are ties between the media groups that are doing this, the funds that are doing this, and Pierre Poilievre isn't saying anything, again, this is disqualifying. He should not, by not condoning it. He's supporting it. He's saying it's okay that this happens. And he needs to be out there and say, no, 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 okay, Mark Carney has never had anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein. He needs to be out there saying that right now. And he needs to be condoning these messages right now. It is absolutely disgusting that anyone who wants to have the position of prime minister is allowing a group to get away with this without any pushback whatsoever. But there was one person pushing back, and this was kind of fun. Even though Rebel News posted this as a, look at these unreasonable leftists. I actually kind of love the guy in this video. So we'll just scooch over to the video here. So here in Ottawa, a man says, so Alexandria Lovey is who this woman is. She works with Rebel News, and she says, here in Ottawa, a man says I should be ashamed for bringing Rebel News truck to expose RPM Mark Carney's relationship with convicted sex trafficker and friend of Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. What do you think? So this is the same group that also had that truck driving around Toronto, I believe it was, with images of Muslims praying and stuff, saying that Canada is being invaded and doing all this really stochastic terrorism rhetoric. And they got in trouble for that. But now they're going around with that same type of truck, claiming, again, falsely, that Mark Carney is somehow connected with Jeffrey Epstein. And again, this is defamatory. They should not be allowed to do this. There are actual laws against this, and I'm actually kind of shocked as to why they haven't been brought up yet. But so she posted this as like, look at these unreasonable people. How dare he call me a fascist? But I kind of love this guy. So let's make this big screen and start from the beginning.
Our message on our truck.
I think it's appalling. I think you should be ashamed of yourself.
For which reason?
Because you're fascists. Rebel News is a fascist organization.
You don't think that he should disclose his relationship with the convicted sex trafficker?
He's standing beside someone.
No, I've been seeing also another photo hanging out in the grass.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Get away from me.
No, but like, you don't think that he should actually be accountable of certain things that he did? He's the prime minister now.
What did he do?
Just answering the question to disclose the relationship. That's it.
I know what Rebel News is.
Yeah, he needs to disclose the fact that he doesn't have a relationship. You know, there is no relationship there to disclose. Like, that is the trying to prove a negative type thing, which is absolute bullshit coming from Rebel News with this.
I have no respect for you. It's yellow journalism. Turn the camera off.
You don't know even who I am. So you're ready to just call names to someone? Thank you for the finger. You did a finger to me and called me a fascist. What? Our message on our...
I love that. Thank you for the finger. You know, if I say that, completely different context. But it's like, oh, how dare he call me a fascist? I only have this false billboard on the side of a truck going around claiming that Mark Carney somehow has a tie with sex traffickers. But how dare he call me a fascist? Apparently he's heard of Rebel News. I kind of like that. I really kind of like that. That's how they need to be spoken to every time they're in public. But the fact that she posted it thinking it was some sort of win for her is kind of pathetic as well. But also talking about queer-related issues and the upcoming federal election, there is this Momentum campaign. I'm voting for rainbow equality. I'm going to pop this into the sandbox. So that people can see this. It's something that I actually signed up for. So I might be making little videos about this as well, and it's to encourage queer folks to get out and vote. And I got a package sent to me with like some stickers and little signs that I can use and stuff, and they even sent me a t-shirt. I requested a large. They sent me a small. Technically speaking, I can still get it over my head and over... But I don't know if I would say that t-shirt fits. But it was free, so what can I say? So, yeah. So I will be participating in this in some, like, they want us to just make like little videos and stuff to encourage people to get out, or queer folks to get out and vote and things of that sort. So I know, I don't personally know, but I know of the people who helped to build this group, this momentum group, and I've been to online talks from them before and stuff. So trustworthy source there, and I encourage people to check it out. Oh my God, have I not even gotten through my second docket yet? And this one. And this one. I don't know. Kind of cute, maybe. A lot of people are giving a lot of praise to this ad from Mark Carney. And I think so far, because there was the other little clip that he had where he was really hammering it out to the Pierre Poilievre and stuff. So far, I think he's been doing a far better job of making this kind of clippable content to go around. And he made this commercial with Mike Myers. And it's been very popular. And I'll show it. It's cute. But he's been doing a much better job of messaging so far than Justin Trudeau had, than Jagmeet Singh is. Let's see. No, that cuts off too much of the head. So let's exit. Just keep it on this side screen. So we have Carney 97. Just look at the back of Mike Myers when he gets on.
Mr. Prime Minister?
Let's start that over with volume up.
Let's go. Mr. Prime Minister? Mike Myers? What are you doing here? I just thought I'd come up and check on things.
You live in the States?
Yeah, but I'll always be Canadian.
But you live in the States?
Yeah, so?
Do you remember Mr. Dressup?
The children's show on CBC?
What were the names of Mr. Dressup's two puppet friends?
Casey and Finnegan?
Bud the
Spud?
Howie?
Meeker?
Capital Saskatchewan?
Regina?
Tragically?
Pip?
You're a defenseman, defending a 2-on-1. What do you do?
Take away the pass, obviously.
What are the 2 seasons in Toronto?
Winter and construction.
Wow. You really are Canadian.
Yeah. But let me ask you, Mr. Prime Minister, will there always be a Canada?
There will always be a Canada.
All right. Elbows up.
Elbows up.
Never 51. Yeah, that was cute. Like, again, Mark Carney, he was actually on The Daily Show, and he did a really good job on there as well. So he's good at the messaging campaign so far. Far better than I've seen a lot of other politicians do. And this type of, maple bait is eaten up completely, especially with what's happening down in the States right now. And, but I saw some of the comments under the video, and is winter and construction, isn't that a joke everywhere for the 2 seasons? I thought that was a joke everywhere, not just for Toronto. But yeah, feeding into this whole nationalistic pride that's being revamped right now is a good call on his part. It's a good call. So there's like things that he's done, like, again, even getting rid of the carbon tax. As I was saying yesterday, it was smart but lazy. Smart as in it takes away, it takes Pierre Poilievre out at the knees, because his #1 slogan was axe the tax. And so Mark Carney axed it. So he took away like one of the prime weapons of Pierre Poilievre right off the bat. So it was smart to do that, but lazy as in he should have been educating people better on what the carbon tax was and how beneficial it is for people, because I'm a little peeved because I'm going to be losing out on money. So we still need to hit on the tariff stuff. There's still so much to go over. Oops, let's get to that docket. Is it here? Let's see, is it this one? Oh, nope, talking about some provincial... Oh, right, I had to open up in there. Okay, yep, nope. Ah, so many little tabs here that I have open. So that was that, and then that's that. That's... Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay, so we still tariff stuff, provincial stuff, and then kind of one-off story stuff. So still a lot to go over. But just checking the sandbox. I should maybe not check the sandbox so much, but I love interacting with all you people because I appreciate you coming out, and, you know, engagement in the sandbox helps it in the algorithms. I'm also feeling really hungry right now, and I have a headache. Oh, right, I have leftover lasagna from a long time ago frozen in my freezer I can have for dinner, which sounds right on point right now. Let's see. So welcome everyone who has come into the sandbox. Dustmite Boomer, not sure I've seen you in there before, so welcome. Let's see. How far back up do I want to scroll? Okay, I think that's where I kind of left off last time. Let's see. Let's see. Bad Lefty, how is this legal? I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, unfortunately. Like if it's the attack ads against Mark Carney and Sasha Carney, then it shouldn't be legal to do that sort of disgusting stuff. Anti-K's Tarot. Real conservatives keep the status quo, so Carney is likely to keep the status quo. The far right is not actually conservative. Yeah, and I'm going to be touching on that in my recap of the Ontario election, because so many people said, well, nothing ever changes, nothing will affect me, so I'm not going to vote for either party because one's a conservative, the other's a conservative. Like, the Liberals and the NDP aren't offering me anything, so I'm not going to bother voting for them. But the thing is that the Liberals and the NDP were offering something, and that was, at a bare minimum, to maintain the status quo. Whereas under Doug Ford, we very well know things are going to get worse, a lot worse. And so, yes, the NDP and the Liberals had something to offer everyone, and that was just basically maintenance. I still have a lot of anger about that, which I will be venting in that video. And so, yeah, if Mark Carney just maintains the status quo so we have time to organize in the meantime and get like a more progressive NDP party, because let's face it, after this one, Jagmeet Singh will not be the leader of the NDP after this election. Like, he will have to step down. If he doesn't, then that whole party just needs to, you know, I don't know. I don't know. They need to rebrand themselves, like rename themselves, because they are not what the party was founded on. If you read the doctrine of what the party was founded on, what it is nowhere near that. And so they just need to, you know, drop their mask and say, yeah, we're liberals, and stop pretending to be anything but. And then we can, you know, with the leadership race, everyone needs to get energized and to try to get a far more progressive person in leadership, despite all of the things the NDP will do to try to prevent that from happening. And they try to prevent that from happening by, for one thing, they have that really high cost. You have to pay to run to be the leader, just like the Liberals did. And it's a lot of money that you either have to fundraise or just happen to have. So it allows for a certain class of people to try to get in. But also, I know in BC, when there was a leadership race for the NDP there, all of a sudden one of the candidates that was really progressive and had passed almost everything, well, Well, we have questions about the signatures you got, and we're not satisfied with it. So you're not passing the vetting in order to become one of the candidates for the leadership, knowing very well she would have won. So there's little dirty tricks like that that they'll do to try to prevent somebody who's far more progressive from getting into leadership. And we, as the people, not even necessarily the base of the party, but for anyone who wants a more progressive party in this country, we all need to push back against that bullshit when it happens. The NDP should not be allowed to get away with it. I speak from personal experience trying to run as a candidate in the federal NDP. Anti-Case Tara, I had a cis kid who used puberty blockers when she got her period at 8 years old. She's 29 now. Whew, that is young. I was young. Not that young, but I was young. Shemakely Pee-Pee does not know what puberty is. Jet, banning puberty blockers for adults is like trying to hotwire a car without an engine. That's the type of witty thing that I was looking for. Or Hunger Games 1989, it's like giving a woman birth control when she is menopausal. Those were the type of witty things that I was trying to think of, but instead I came up with going beaver on a tree and then being offered an axe. Shemagli, Carney isn't going to do anything to protect trans folks either, though. Well, it's one of those things. If Sasha is Mark's child, then he might. Because if he's a conservative, a true conservative, as soon as it affects him, he'll care. Like with Justin Trudeau, I always got the sense that he was sincere about his support for the queer community. I haven't seen anything from Mark to say either here nor there. But what I am fairly confident of, he won't do anything. He won't go out of his way to hurt them, to hurt us. It's a Shmeli, this is amazing, LOL, talking about the guy telling the woman from Rebel News, "You're a fascist," giving her the finger, all that sort of stuff. It was fun. Shmeli, fascist? Moi? Yes. But anytime anyone is like, "I know who you are, I know what you're doing." Bad Lefty, what does yellow mean in Canada? Cowardly? No? I'm not entirely sure. There might be some old racist reasons why that term is used. I don't know. It could be along the line of cowardly. But I'm not entirely sure what he meant by that. It could be also like more local jargon. Hermeteorologist, well, yellow journalism just sensationalized crap. Took me a long time to actually figure out, my innocent little mind, that being caught red-handed was actually a very racist phrase. Because in my little mind, I thought that being caught red-handed meant the blood of the person you murdered. That's what I thought it meant. That you were caught with like literally the blood of the person you murdered on it. You're caught red-handed. That's not where that came from. It's actually, so I don't use that phrase anymore to describe people. Miss Mann says yellow journalism is an outdated term. Tabloid and gossip rags are more commonly used today. The Wild West, it's for white Anglophone boomers. Soul Life, did I just witness Andy's so Canadian nationalism? Yeah, I'm nationalistic as far as I'd much rather be Canadian than American. But there is a certain level of nostalgia from that little clip that they had that I think feeds into a lot of like older millennials, Gen Xers, and things of that sort. Boomers, you know, the people more likely to vote. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't have been able to answer half of those. I know the capital of Saskatchewan, Regina. I could have gotten that. I don't know the sports reference. I wouldn't have been able to name the puppets on Mr. Dressup, though. The 2 seasons of Toronto, I would have been able to get that, you know, winter in construction, because, like I said, I thought that was a phrase everywhere. So there were a couple things, like I would have gotten the Tragically Hip, that one I would have gotten, but there were a couple things like, it's a little too dated for me. Like if they did one of those that are like age appropriate, like that would have been what you were consuming when you were growing up, Canadian references, then I might have been able to get it. Shemagli, I know there was at least one family that moved to Russia from the US, or maybe it was Canada for the politics, and turned out they hated it and went home. That was a Canadian family, and I don't know if they made it back because of money. They lost so much money doing that because they wanted a more traditional lifestyle where they could be free, and they went to Russia only to find out that's not where you go to get that. Hello, Christy Zed. If these bigots went to just one poppin' gay bar or weekend, they'd never hate on a gay person again. You just can't hate them once you've partied with them, lol. Shemagli, the socks were one thing I did like about Trudeau, to be honest. They look good. I like funky socks. I tend to wear funky socks myself, so. But again, it's one of those things where you had to check sources sometimes because people are like, oh, look at this, these socks, how dare he? And then you realize that they were photoshopped socks. Let's see. Andy Kate's Tarot, imagine naming the puppets is somewhat age. I don't know the names of the puppets. Like, to be honest, I didn't even know there were puppets, Mr. Tress. Sammy, love my watermelon socks. Andy Casero, there was Photoshop, so controversy. It was what they Photoshopped onto the socks that was problematic. Shemagli, I just came from watching a debate where a guy says it was normal back in the days for 8 to 11-year-olds to have babies. It's also normal for them to die at that age having babies. Okay. Bad Lefty. Sandy is a Zoomer, folks. Go easy on them. Nope. Update from last month. A Canadian family got temporary residency in Russia. That's all I know. I don't want to watch their video, yeah. But somebody else touching on a very dark story in there. I'm going to be following up on a very dark story that was very similar to that one up here in Canada, with more discoveries that we knew were there. Okay, let's get back into the boring stuff. Boring, but very important to know. Yeah, let's get back to the boring news of Canada. Well, it's just, it's not that it's boring, it's just, I want to be able to stop talking about it. About Trump saying Canada is the 51st state and the whole tariff threat. Like, I want that to be old news at this point, but it's not going away. And it's important to keep up to date with everything that's happening with it, to just be aware of what's being said, the escalations, because this is why people get unplugged from politics, and then we complain when they get unplugged from politics and become apathetic. We can't get apathetic to the tariff issue, to Trump calling Canada the 51st state, because that's when the real problems begin, is when people just get so apathetic they stop paying attention to these sorts of things. So let's get into it. It's old new news, but it's very important. So Aaron had tweeted this out, a clip from Fox News, and of course Trump talking about Canada, one of the nastiest countries to deal with. Yeah, we're nasty. Like, yeah.
With Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st state.
Okay. Sorry, that is super quiet. Let me know if you guys can hear that all right. I don't have the volume plugged into my Firefox yet, so I won't be able to increase the volume of this anymore. Sorry.
With Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st state. And
okay, but
but listen to this for a second.
We need their territory. They have territorial advantage. We're not going to let them get close to China.
Look, right? I deal with every country, indirectly or directly. One of the nastiest countries to deal with is Canada. The people that, now this was Trudeau.
Is that when he made his first little trade agreement with Canada? One of the nastiest countries to deal with. Like, it's just, the leaders of Canada so far against Trump have been such big pushovers. They've been such big pushovers. But the idea of Canada being a nasty country is like to deal with when it comes to trade.
So, the people that good old Justin, I call him Governor Trudeau, his people were nasty. And
Canadians, famously, you know, reputation-wise, known as nasty people. It's not like, you know, the Americans or the Zionists when they're out on vacation. It's not like we have their reputation or anything. Oh, that's a horrible freeze frame right there. I just saw that is one disturbing expression right there on his face.
They weren't telling the truth. They never told the truth. You know that, they'd say, well, we don't charge. Well, they do. They charge tremendous. They charge tremendous. And
with Canada than you are with some of our biggest
Okay. So here we have Carney pushing back on it. Somewhat. So yesterday I also shared an article where Mark Carney was saying he respects Donald Trump's economic goals, to which I say a whole bunch of bullshit, because you respect Donald Trump trying to crash the economy and putting tariffs on things that is unnecessary. Like, that was one of the worst talking points so far that Mark Carney has had. But here, he's making a bit of a stronger stand. So Carney says U.S. must stop disrespectful comments before trade talks take place. Prime Minister Mark Carney, okay, that's just repeating what the title was. Carney says Canada wants to have a more comprehensive discussion with the Trump administration about the overall commercial and security relationship, but he says until Trump stops talking about annexing Canada, that the conversation isn't going to happen. The Prime Minister made the remarks in London on the second part of the one-day trip to France and the UK, which took place just days after he took office. His European visit comes as Trump has instigated a trade war between the two countries and has repeatedly threatened to make Canada the 51st state. Carney has used the trip to okay, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I do like that stance, because part of my issue with Justin Trudeau when this first started to happen was he wasn't pushing back enough. He did his little trip down to Mar-a-Lago. He got that cutesy little picture with him. But he wasn't putting his foot down, saying that Donald Trump is childish for saying that in the first place. Because Donald Trump wasn't saying that about Mexico. Because right off the bat, Claudia Sheinbaum was pushing back hard. You know, she wasn't one to be messed around with. And Donald Trump is afraid of strength. And so I do like this more direct approach of, we're not going to deal with a toddler. We're not going to deal with somebody who's name calling and isn't acting like the adult in the room. Hopefully he follows through with it, but it's one thing to say it, it's another thing for him to actually do it. And so here's a tweet from Mark Carney saying, we're taking immediate action to protect Canadian workers against the United States trade war. We're waiving the 1-week EI waiting period. That's employment insurance. We're making it so that you don't have to exhaust your severance pay before collecting EI. We're changing the system in every region to make it easier for you to access your benefits. These are new temporary changes. They're ongoing to keep workers supported and keep Canada strong against any challenge. You see, I really wanted to keep this in here, even though it's like, okay, it's just standard comment and stuff. It's just a way of saying, when they want to do this thing of supporting people, they can get it done quickly. They have the ability, they do it. They're able to make access to benefits easy, accessible, and fast. When they want to. Because when it comes to people living with disabilities, it hasn't been easy, accessible, or fast. Or ever. I'm just saying, it's possible for them to actually support people with disabilities and to get that policy pushed through fast and to make it accessible. They're not doing it. But for workers, well, that they're on top of. For people who are workers. But making life more affordable to everyone else who might suffer from the tariff, raising costs on everything, well, all those people are just SOL. You have to be a worker to have any sort of respect in this country. So more from Mark Carney. There is a limit. I don't need to say the quote in here because he says it in the video. So Mark Carney has answered reporters' questions on Canada's response to the tariff war. Does it cut off his head too much there?
On April 2nd, President Trump is promising a much larger global tariff regime, including bringing back in the threatened 25% across the board tariffs on Canada. And you've talked about the need for retaliatory tariffs at a dollar-for-dollar level. One assumes the punch coming is going to be much greater. Yeah. How much more are you prepared? How much more are you prepared to go in terms of the monetary hit back, and how much do you think Canada can absorb? Can we?
It's an important question. It's a very important question. There is a limit, given the relative size of our economies, the extent to which we should match U.S. tariffs. Right now, what the government has proposed, and with the 150 billion odd identified products, are products that have, as I said earlier, maximum impact in the United States and limited, but not zero, it's limited impact in Canada that we can affect. And my commitment.
That is something that I did appreciate even when Justin Trudeau was doing this, is like, so we're going to impose tariffs, but we're going to try to make them tariffs that only affect specific people, and with things in Canada that there are Canadian alternatives of or European alternatives of, to try to limit the impact that this is actually going to have on people. So they were actually doing the smart thing when it comes to the tariffs, whereas Donald Trump is just like everything, even if for Americans there might not be alternatives in their country. Because he's like, oh, well, now we're going to have a lumber industry. And it's like, do you know how many years it takes to build a lumber industry, to build the infrastructure needed for that? Not to mention they don't have the wood. So just slapping tariffs on things and thinking, oh yeah, Americans can just take over. No, you need a couple decades of actually building up the infrastructure needed for certain industries before they can just take over.
My commitment, my government's commitment, is that we will use all of the revenues from those tariffs to support Canadian workers that are affected by the U.S. trade actions. Pierre Poilievre's commitment, as his commitment is anytime anything changes, is he's going to use it to cut taxes.
Says the person who's already cut the capital gains tax and the carbon tax and wants to cut the GST.
So if you aren't paying any taxes because you don't have a job, you're out of luck. Okay, we're going to go help those who are affected by it, as we should, as Canadians want us to, in my view. Now,
does that include people with disabilities?
To summarize on your question, there are limits. Now we'll see what happens April 2nd. We'll see what happens after that. We are not going to take an action that we think is not ultimately going to influence the United States, and certainly not one that is outright harmful to Canada, given the overall approach. So this will be very deliberate, and there is a limit, full stop. There is a limit to matching these tariffs dollar for dollar, given the fact that our economy is a tenth the size of the United States. Thank you.
And here we have from Midas Touch, quote tweeting Pierre Poilievre, saying Trump is so unpopular in Canada, the pro-Trump party leader Pierre Poilievre is pretending Trump hates him. And so there is this little thing that Pierre Poilievre tweeted out, and he says, last night, President Donald Trump endorsed Mark Carney. Why? Because as Trump said, he's easier to deal with and knows that I will be a tough negotiator and always put Canada first. Carney is weak and would cave to Trump's demands, just like he did when he moved his company headquarters from Canada to New York. Canadians don't want a weak, conflicted leader. They want a strong prime minister who will put Canada first. And this is the clip.
Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us and possibly
no, I'd rather deal with a liberal than a
for China closer to Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
The conservative that's running is stupidly no friend of mine. I don't know him, but he said negative things. So when he says negative things, I couldn't care less. I think it's easier to deal actually with a liberal.
Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us?
Tweeting out Donald Trump basically calling you stupid. Not a good look. That's not that. It wouldn't. But it's like, that's just to show how far gone this is, that Pierre Poilievre is even trying to distance himself from Trump because he knows how detrimental this is. And there were some rumors out there that Jamel Giovanni or something talked to J.D. Vance and told Trump to say this or something of that sort. I was not able to find the source on that. So until I can find some sort of source stating that this is what happened, I will stick to the premise that Donald Trump is not smart enough to think that strategically, and that he's just turned off by Pierre Poilievre because Pierre Poilievre is a sniveling little bitch. And he doesn't respect the absolute weakness and cowardice that Pierre Poilievre shows. Because, again, Donald Trump doesn't really respect much of anything. But he likes a certain level of strength as long as it's not pushing back against him. He likes strong people. He likes the people, that are in the casting, the casting portfolio. And Mark Carney plays the role of politician. Justin Trudeau definitely fits the role of politician. And so it's easier to deal with that sort of thing than just some little whiny bitch, which is what Pierre Poilievre is. And so it could be that how Poilievre presents himself is so pathetic that Donald Trump is even like, yeah, I don't want to talk to him. It's sad. It's sad all around when I have to talk to him. But for Pierre to tweet this out like it's some kind of win. Let's just listen to that again.
And possibly
no, I'd rather
open the
deal with
door
a liberal than a
for
conservative.
China closer to.
You see, he should have just cut it off after this. After the 6 seconds, I'd rather deal with a liberal. That's where he should have cut it off.
To Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
The conservative that's running is stupidly no friend of mine. I don't know him, but he said negative things. So when he says negative things, I couldn't care less. I think it's easier to deal, actually, with a liberal.
Isn't that going to be make?
He's stupidly no friend of mine. And here is Pierre Poilievre stating how much of a strong leader he is. And let's see if we're all inspired by his absolute alpha leadership presence. And so he's responding to President Donald Trump's comment yesterday that he would rather deal with a liberal than a conservative. And this is what Pierre Poilievre said about what he tweeted out.
Yesterday, the president said that having a liberal prime minister would be easier for him to deal with, just as he threatened once again to make us the 50th.
Also, having leaders to be easy to deal with isn't necessarily a bad thing. It all depends if they're just going to be a pushover or not, or if they're actually going to be reasonable, are smart, can talk the contracts and all that sort of stuff. Because there are many ways somebody can be easy to work with and many ways that somebody can be horrible to work with. So without defining what those characteristics are, it's
The first state. And you know what? On that point, it's true. I'm a strong leader. I'm a tough guy to deal with. I'm firm in my convictions, and I'll always put Canada first. By contrast,
sorry, I'm just seeing something in the sandbox. It caught my eye. Looney Tunes 9000, I have warned you a couple times already that language is not appropriate in the sandbox. I'd appreciate it if you never do that again. And that is your last warning if you want to remain a mod in this channel. There is no fat shaming. I don't care who the person is. Doug Ford, Donald Trump, I don't care. There's no fat shaming in the sandbox. And it's something that I have talked about before, and you specifically before on this channel. So please just no more of that. Okay, let's get back into Pierre Poilievre.
yesterday the president said that having a liberal prime minister would be easier for him to deal with, just as he threatened once again to make us the 51st state. And you know what? On that point, it's true. I'm a strong leader. I'm a tough guy to deal with. I'm firm in my convictions, and I'll always put Canada first. By contrast, in 10 years, the Liberals have blocked resource projects, hiked taxes, and driven $500 billion of investment to the U.S.
So far, is anyone getting the vibe that this is a strong leader? You're getting energized? You want to go stand up behind him? Be like, hoorah, this is the guy?
All while Mark Carney moved his corporate headquarters out of Canada to New York, bringing jobs to the United States of America. Mark Carney will back down, and his Liberal policies will keep Canada weak.
Again, the idea of Pierre Poilievre being like, well, that guy will back down on what he says. All while he's using a slogan all throughout this. After also, again, I said yesterday, I showed he had tweeted out that Mark Carney is nothing but slogans. And then the next sentence in that tweet was also a slogan from him.
Just like Trump wants. Giving the Liberals a fourth term will only weaken our country and strengthen Donald Trump. We need a strong, tough leader who will unleash our resources, cut taxes and red tape, build...
Oh, Mark Carney's cutting the taxes. He's doing that. Don't worry. He's cutting the taxes. You got that covered, Mark Carney.
...homes and make our economy less reliant on the Americans to put Canada first.
I love how that podium was like way too high for him to do that. Put Canada first. It made it just a little bit too high. But yeah, he's just like it is a statement on him that Donald Trump looks at him and be like, I don't even want to work with that guy. He's not even like worthy enough to be his Ted Cruz type thing. His Canadian Ted Cruz. Well, his more Canadian Ted Cruz. And then we're going to get into a slightly different subject along the same lines. So I'm going to check back into the sandbox. And I just... Yeah, I'll just touch on it a bit more and actually explain a little bit more why. Like, I'm against the fat shaming and also, like, shaming people on their looks. And I know I've been guilty of this before, and I'm trying my best to stop. And I know some channels say, nope, you should be able to attack them that low, you know, if they're horrible people, because that's what will hurt them and stuff. And this is what it really kind of boils down to. And also why I don't like people attacking others, you know, calling them gay as an attack or anything of that sort, or insinuating that they're closeted as some sort of attack. And it is quite simply this. Would it bother Donald Trump to have these petty attacks thrown at him? Probably. Is he ever going to hear it from this channel? Is anything I ever say about Donald Trump ever going to reach his ears? Or even a lot of the other lefty content creators? Is some random comments on what I say here, if I attack somebody's appearance who is a politician, are they ever going to hear it? Is it ever going to bother them? Would they even care if they heard it? Because they probably get that sort of thing all the time and would just brush it off as nothing, because I'm a nothing to them. Using that type of attack and languages on people in positions of power have no effect on them, especially when they will never know it happened in the first place. But there are people in the sandbox, there are people like me, who have been attacked like that far more in our lives. We've been attacked on our appearance, attacked on our weight. And there are people who are sensitive about that in the sandbox and sitting right here because of those attacks. And so when you use these attacks, the people who you intended to hurt will never see them, but the people who have already been hurt by them will know that it's okay to use things that have causing them so much pain as an assault towards someone else. You know, like when it comes to sexuality, using someone else's identity as a way to attack another person is just wrong. It is just wrong. And, you know, I want people to feel comfortable in the sandbox. And how comfortable are you going to feel if there's just suddenly like these random attacks on people's appearance and stuff? Because let's face it, we don't know what everyone looks like in the sandbox. You're all amazing, beautiful people to me. Like, no doubt about it. All of you. You're all amazing, beautiful people. But, you know, there are people who are sensitive about that sort of thing because not everyone's a 10. Not everyone's even over a 5, you know? And those are the people who will see those comments. It will never be the person. Donald Trump will never see those comments here. Doug Ford will never see those comments here. You will never hurt him by using those comments here. But you will hurt other people who are in the sandbox who are sensitive about that. And also, again, personally, when it comes to fat shaming, that is something that I have been a victim of drastically over my life, to the point that I had to get surgery to correct it. So I'm a little sensitive about that, because not everyone can control their weight. There are factors, social factors, economic factors, that make it virtually impossible to be able to do some, like, keep control of some aspects of your weight. And then to be blamed for it over and over again and told it's your fault that you're like that in the first place. So then it's okay to insult you on it, because it somehow means that it's a deficiency in your character that you ended up like that. When it's like, no, the childhood trauma that I went through was the main factor in my weight gain. But now you're telling me I deserve to be insulted because of it. And I know that wasn't directed towards me, but that's what I see, because it has affected me so personally over my life. And I know other people who have struggled with their weight, and there's no character flaw in them that caused it. Like, I'm okay attacking people on their choices, on some of their character aspects, but when it comes to certain things like weight and appearance, that's a no-go for me. And like I said, I know I've been guilty of, making fun of people's appearance and stuff too. And it's something that I am personally trying to grow on. And, if you ever catch me doing it, call me out on it, because that is something I don't want to do. And sometimes the insults that we're familiar with, that we grew up on, come out so automatically that you're not even thinking about it when it happens. And so it's important that if it does happen and you get called out on it, then you grow from it and you try not to do it again in the future. Like I said, if you ever see me talking shit about somebody and their appearance, and not in a playful way, like I know this person and I'm teasing them type thing, and they know I'm teasing them and it's all good, that's one thing. But if I'm ever attacking someone who will never hear me talk about them, then call me out on it. But I still think it's okay to, comment on people's fashion accessories and makeup and stuff, because those are choices. They are choices that a person makes. But yeah, it's not just a matter of, it's not the progressive or the liberal thing to do to attack people on their appearance and stuff. It's also, what is the utility of it when the person that you are trying to attack with it will never hear it, will never be affected by those words? Then what's the point in wasting your time even saying it? But don't worry, Looney Tunes. I'm not, that's just my piece on that. Like, I don't think any less of you. Like, it's an autistic thing. It's not like a judgment call on you. It's just, I'd like to see you grow on that and not do that anymore. And hopefully I've given you a really good reason as to why you shouldn't be doing that. But like, I don't think less of you or anything. Like, don't worry about it. Like, my feelings and thoughts towards you haven't changed. So I'm going to check the sandbox again before we get into some other problematic stuff. Oh, I shouldn't be spending so much time in the sandbox. Especially when I wanted to get this done sooner, because I have a headache that I need to go get more aspirin for. Let's see. Chrissy's Edge, yet all I know is that group texting top secret info on social media, and then accidentally including reporters wild. I saw that story earlier today about leaking war plans to a reporter. Not even leaking, just including them in the, what is it? It was the Signal group? Just including a reporter. I saw a CNN video on it today. Like, somebody is going, oh my God, I screwed up. Stupid autofill. Oh my God, that was an autofill. Oh wow. Okay, I need to go into hiding now. Anti-case tarot, COVID proved there could be a UBI. Yeah, they got a CERB through in like 3 weeks. And absolutely zero help for anyone on disability. And it took years and years and years. And they finally passed the Canada Disability Benefit, which benefits just a handful of people. And it doesn't even really benefit them. Like for the people who actually can get it, it's only an extra $200 a month, which is nothing. Like it doesn't help you get out of dire poverty. And so many people cannot get that. Let's see. Should make leave. The problem with giving everyone UBI is you also have to prevent landlords from just jacking up rents, and whatever the UBI amount is, they already suck up disability and assistance. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like there needs to be a comprehensive, like guaranteed livable income UBI, and make it in such a way so it can't just be here's a check. It also has to be here's socialized housing. Here's all these other checks and balances put in place so that some corporation or capitalist greed can't just come in and suck it all away from you. Like there has to be a way that it actually does end up benefiting you and giving you, that livable income instead of it just going out to some greedy corporation. Like it needs to be done in such a way that the money gets spent again in your community and gets put back into the economy in a helpful way. Let's see. Oh, it jumped. And welcome to the sandbox, Letter Hack. Did you see this? Letter Hack, did you see this? Looks better in the dark. There we go. Less light reflecting off of it, so because it's pencil and it's shiny. But if anybody has an in on how to get Emma to see this, I would really appreciate it. Because she probably gets tagged a bazillion times a day. So for her to actually see the tweets and the blue sky posts that I put out about it is very unlikely that she would just randomly see them. So if people could help boost those so that she could see them, that'd be appreciated, because I'd just like to know that she saw it. She doesn't have to say anything. Like, I'm not looking for her to be like, oh my God, that's the best thing ever. It'd be nice, but I just want to know that she's seen it. Ah, kitty, kitty, kitty. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, Sandy is right. I do suck at not vouching. I mean, it's something that, yeah, just grow on it. Just grow on it. But like, I still appreciate what you do in the sandbox and stuff, and how you promote my channel, and how you promote a whole bunch of other lefty content creators and do good work in their channel. So don't worry. I don't think any less of you. Just, you gotta stop that. Vicky Klee, I'm still going to attack Trump's fellatio technique, though. Man needs practice. That mic would have been hurting. Yes, that is a skill issue. That is something that's a learned thing. Yeah. Ah, kitty cat. Kitty cat. Vicky Clee, I've always been super skinny and can't put on weight to save my life. Funny enough, that has made me more sympathetic to all weight issues folks have than those who can more easily control their weight. Yeah, there's I've known lots of people who struggle to put on weight, and then lots of people, especially the thing about once you've gained the weight, it's so much more difficult to lose it. And there's like a memory in your body. So even if you lose the weight, your body wants to gain it back. Like it just wants to. I'm one of the very rare cases that I didn't gain back all my weight after the surgery. I dropped down and I did put on some weight afterwards. So I'm still fat, but nowhere near what I was. And that makes me like in the 20%, because most people who go through with those surgeries end up, like 80% of them end up gaining back all the weight. Auntie Kay's Tarot has a chihuahua. I don't know why, but I find that very endearing. I didn't think you would have it. I don't know why I didn't think you would have a chihuahua, but it's so cute. Have a nice walk with your puppy. Jet, the best thing about Signal, the way Signal works, is they may never find out who did it. Oh, that's nice. For the reporter who did that. People seeing the kitty cat. Okay. You are the star of the show, Abernathy. People want to see your beautiful face. Look at the camera. Look at the camera. Look at those big paws. Look at those big paws. Okay. Are you staying on my lap for this part? I think he's staying on my lap for this part. Okay, let's get back into it. Let's see. So, we have some very cringy, horrible rhetoric coming from J.D. Vance and Doug Ford. There was one Fox episode that Doug Ford went on that was also along these same lines of, oh, what's his name? The guy who let the air out of the tires. Waters? Is it Waters? Oh, don't eat the headphones. He was saying things along the lines of like, Canada should like it that, you know, that the United States, like, he was actually saying that Canada should see it as a compliment that we want to invade. That type of very disturbing undertones in the language, it hasn't been going away. So here we got J.D. Vance talking about Greenland. Have to do this in such a way that the cat doesn't try to eat the cords.
Denmark, which controls Greenland, it's not doing its job and it's not being a good ally. So you have to ask yourself, how are we going to solve that problem, solve our own national security? If that means that we need to take more territorial interest in Greenland, that is what President Trump is going to do, because he doesn't care about what the Europeans scream at us. He cares about putting the interests of America's citizens first. Denmark, which controls Greenland.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they say. If they don't do what I think they should do, I'm going to force them to do it. Like, that is just very... Like, can I say that I'm surprised that these kind of very dark undertones would be coming from an office with so many proven assaulters, assayers, like actual convicted and proven and all that sort of stuff, that this is the type of language they kind of default to. You know, well, if they're not going to do it right, we're going to do it for them. And we don't care what they say. Very dark. But then you have, again, Doug Ford here. Now, remember, he seemed really off-put and upset when it's Jesse Waters was saying in a very creepy way that Canada should be flattered that the United States is so interested in them. Well, now you have Doug Ford kind of agreeing with him. And this is from Colin DeMello in Global News.
Well, they aren't coming into our country to take over. I'll tell you that. And I kind of flipped this around. What a compliment. We'll never be a 51st state. Canada's not for sale. But isn't it nice that someone thinks we have the greatest country in the world and they want access? And my simple answer to that is, you want access, let's build an AMCAN fortress that I've been saying.
It's like, you know, the guys who do the catcalling and stuff, like, you should be flattered I'm giving you this attention. You know, I could be giving anyone this attention, but I'm giving you this attention. You should be flattered that I'm harassing you. And again, there's a lot of more severe dark undertones with this. That is just, it's absolutely disturbing to hear that. Like, we should be taking this as a compliment that the United States wants to take us over. And it's not because they think we're the greatest country. It's because they think they're the greatest country. Doug Ford, you did not get that part right. And there is no such thing as the greatest country. It is just absolutely disturbing. Like, all of that rhetoric that Doug Ford used to have about, like, I'm going to stand strong against Donald Trump, blah, 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 blah. Now it's like, well, you know, it's kind of a compliment.
Answer to that is, you want access, let's build an AMCAN fortress that I've been saying. Let's supply more critical minerals. Let's supply more energy that you need. We are not the enemy. They know that. Their foe is China. That's their.
And again, there goes China under the bus every time Doug Ford can. That's exactly what he does. China goes under the bus. It's like, no, we'll hate the same other groups as you. You don't have to go after us. Like, we're leopards. Remember, we're leopards. You're leopards, we're leopards. We might be different breeds of leopards, but we're still leopards. We'll still go after the same groups of people you don't like.
Enemy, and ours to a certain degree. So let's just continue. Well, China. That's their enemy, and ours to a certain degree.
Okay, how exactly is China an enemy to Canada in a certain degree? Like, that is really horrid rhetoric coming from I keep on wanting to call him Donald Trump, Doug Ford. To what? Stoke up what kind of fear? Like, what kind of threat is China to Canada? What kind of enemy, to some extent, is China to Canada? Like, we have trade relations with China. Our economies benefit each other because of our trade relationships. We have a lot of people and corporations that work across borders. To label a country as being somewhat of an enemy to us because you don't like the trading or you want to be on the same camp as the United States, it's disgusting and it's cowardly and it's backpedaling. And just like I was saying in the past few live streams, this is not the guy to actually go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump. It's not, one businessman to another businessman. It's one con man to another con man. And for Donald Trump and Doug Ford, it just happens to be that they're after the same mark, which is the Canadian people. And that's going to be in my recap video of the Ontario election. That little phrase. But just absolutely disgusting rhetoric coming from Doug Ford there. And I was like, do I even need to show this at this point? But it's quick, so.
Over the last 3 months.
Oh, no, this one is 2 minutes long. I thought it was like 20 seconds long. Yeah, it's just Charlie Angus saying, yeah, we shouldn't be going to the United States. Canadians should not be going to the United States. Hey, don't eat the cords.
Our nation has faced an unprecedented threat from our nearest neighbor. A threat to our borders, a threat to our sovereignty, our threat to our very right to exist as an independent democratic nation. Donald Trump thought we were going to be an easy mark, that we'd be a pushover. Oh, how wrong he was. And now Canada standing up to him has made Canada the front line in the defense against the MAGA ideology. So no wonder Donald Trump and MAGA are feeling pretty angry at Canada. But what concerns me is the targeting of Canadian citizens who are crossing the border to work or to visit. We have seen too many stories of citizens being pulled out of airport lines and being fingerprinted. And
yeah, I don't think we need to see any more of this. I think we're all up to date on the rhetoric and what's been happening to some random Canadians going down to the United States or trying to get their green cards or crossing the border. It is just absolutely horrifying, horrific, and I'm actually surprised there hasn't been a travel advisory for Canadians yet. That's how bad it's been getting. Like, there really needs to be a travel advisory against Canadians going down to the United States. But just to show how petty some of this has gotten, I didn't know that this was a thing, and it was kind of cool that it existed, and unfortunately it doesn't exist anymore. U.S. limits Canadian access to iconic Stansted, Quebec border-straddling library. Mayor of Quebec Town says move undermines spirit of cross-border collaboration. Do we watch the video or go over? I read the article. I didn't watch the video. Let's see if the video has what the article says. It has music. Never mind. The U.S. government is making it more difficult for Canadians to access the Stansted Quebec Library, an iconic building that straddles the border, according to town and library officials. The Hanksel Free Library and Opera House, built in 1904, has been declared a heritage site on both countries and has long been considered a symbol of harmony between Canada and the U.S. The mayor of Stansted, representatives from the library, and local residents spoke out Friday against the U.S. government's decision to limit Canadians' access to the main entrance to the building. This is just so fucking petty. It's like, oh, not only like do Canadians, like, the idea of like, oh, well, you don't want to come here? Well, guess what? We don't want you, and we're going to make it so you can't come to our library anymore. Nope, you got to stay out of our sandbox. Jody Stone, Stansted's mayor, said an agreement had been in place for more than a century to share access to the building. Stone, who grew up in the area, said the restrictions undermined the spirit of cross-border collaboration. We drink the same water. We share the same sewer plant. I don't know, something about drinking water and sewer plant in the same sentence just is kind of off-putting to me. He said at a news conference near the library, "Without borders, you wouldn't even know we were two separate communities. Today's announcement makes no sense, in my opinion. The borderline literally runs across the floor." Here we go. Of the library, but the main entrance is on the American side in the Derby Line, Vermont. Until now, the library was considered a neutral location, allowing Canadians to visit without having to go through the procedures of normal border, with patrol officers ensuring that everyone goes back to where they came from. Holding back tears, American resident Penny Thomas said Canada has been staunch ally and does not deserve to be treated this way. What is the U.S. doing? What the U.S. is doing is wrong. I'm embarrassed about how the United States of America is treating Canada, said Thomas, who came to a news conference to show her support. It's irrational. It's unkind, she said of the decision. Library says it will adapt. Don't really need to go over the rest of this. I'm losing sleep, says residents. We get the drift. It's super petty to do this. Like, it's about breaking all the ties that we have, like all the good communities, all the good negotiations, all the good relations that we have with each other. Like, all of them are slowly being ripped apart. This, you know, what Canada and the United States, the largest or longest unmilitarized border, the relationships that have been built over centuries are just being stripped apart like a cheese string. Like, just imagine it being pulled and pulled and pulled away. Like, it is just so petty to do this. Like, this was just a cute little way of showing camaraderie with each other and showing support, and to just get rid of it. And why? Like, why again is all this tariff thing starting? Like, Donald Trump saying, oh, it's the fentanyl that's causing all of this. So they have to put the tariffs on us because of all the fentanyl that's coming in the borders. Well, U.S. border officials have caught more people with eggs than fentanyl this year. U.S. President Donald Trump has made stopping fentanyl at both northern and southern borders one of his administration's top priorities. But American law enforcement data shows that another commodity appears far more often in seizures: eggs. In the first 2 months of 2025, U.S. Customs and Border Protections seized fentanyls on 134 occasions, down from 197 seizures in the same time frame in 2024. Meanwhile, CBP intercepted aid products 3,254 occasions this January and February, compared to just around 1,500 occasions of the first 2 months of 2024. So much more eggs. So much more eggs than fentanyl. CTV News has reached out to U.S. Customs and Borders Protection for comment. A dozen eggs cost American consumers U.S. $5.90 in February, almost double what it was in 2024. Many U.S. residents are paying significantly more, especially in California, where prices climbed to nearly $10 in some stores. Prices are expected to increase another 41.1% in 2025. In Canada, the average price for a dozen eggs was $4.89, which is only $3.41 American, in January, making illegal imports tempting for travelers unaware of strict agricultural restrictions. I'm just like, how do you safely get that across the border? Like, you'd have to bundle that pretty well and keep in a cooler and all this sort of stuff. Like, just the idea of like, I'm going to make it big. I'm in the big time criminal gangs now. And they'd be like, so what are you smuggling? Scrambled eggs, omelets. The best omelets you can make. I'm smuggling omelets across the border. Because one would think it's like, oh, are they smuggling like eggs from a human for fertility reasons? Like, that would make more sense in a way. But just this idea of like this big on egg crime. Oh, the yoke's on you, I guess. Letterhack would probably have far more better dad jokes than I do on this. Just saying. Some kind of crack down, huh? Crack your eggs, crack down, crack the eggs, huh? There is definitely dad jokes there. Bringing fresh eggs, raw chicken, and other unprocessed bird products into the U.S. is illegal due to concerns about disease, a problem sharpened in recent months of the outbreak of avian flu. Bruce Murad, a public policy researcher chair with Egg Farmers of Canada, told CTV Your Morning in an interview Thursday. Okay, that's a lot of rambling there. The outbreak and its resulting egg shortage are to blame for the current number of egg seizures at the border. The state of Iowa is the largest egg-producing state. The average farm size is 2 million birds. Wow. He explained, when it's hit with the avian flu, the entire farm has to be euthanized simply because avian flu is such a virulent epidemic and virus. So when that happens, of course, it removes millions of eggs from the U.S. national inventory. Canada's system is better protected against those shocks, Murad said, in part because of supply management regime that keeps production totals close to what Canadians consume. This reduces spike in prices, but also means there are barely any surplus on the other side of the border. The kind of agricultural they have in the US, which emphasizes bigness above all else, isn't really sustainable in the world of climate change, of, it seems, increasingly virulent viruses being spread around the world, he said. The 1%. The increase in egg seizures comes as Trump wages war with Canada after declaring emergency over fentanyl on the northern border, repeatedly held up justification. Okay, yeah, we get it. It's all about the eggs. We got the good eggs up here. You know, I once ate an emu egg. I tried some emu egg. When I was a teenager, I knew some people off in the boonies who had an emu farm because, you know, emu meat and eggs. And so their eggs were like this big and hunter green. And so occasionally me and my friends would get one, and one egg fed all of us. And it was just an egg. It was just tasting like an egg. And I remember going off to that farm for, you know, late night parties and stuff. And having the emus come up to you from the enclosure and just this like thudding sound that they make in their chest, which is super creepy. And they like sparkly things and would try to peck at them. And I usually wore a lot of body glitter, so that was problematic. Okay, let's check the sandbox and then we'll get into the some provincial stuff and kind of one-off stories that are also important. So I'll try to go through them quickly because I've already been at this for 3 hours and my headache has not been getting any better. I need to have a nice meal and relax because I've been sitting in front of this computer all day getting ready for this. So I've already done, I'm just trying to think. There's this and what is it? This left. Okay. But I will stay on longer if I get that $50 in today's live stream and read you part of my book, Necroplasm. And you see, I say this because I feel like there should be some incentive for me to read my book. But I just kind of want to read part of my book to y'all because I love my book so much. So I'm like, I want to read it to you guys. Let's see. Kitty break. Jesse Waters was the name of the creepy guy from Fox News. Yeah. Bad Lefty, what was Canada wearing vibes? Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Jet, if Trump tries military action on Greenland, he's effectively declaring war on NATO. It's one of those things too, like, would people in the military, like, I know they're not supposed to disobey orders, but when something is so blatantly unjust, how do you do that? Like, how would Americans go and invade Greenlanders and potentially shoot and kill them? For what? Like, it just, but I've never, you know, that's imperialism and all that sort of stuff. Shemagli, if Jesse Waters was interested in me, I'd be terrified. He's a creep. Absolutely. Shemagli, that's how those guys actually think that harassment should be flattering. Mm-hmm. Let's see. John Davis, gonna bounce, peeps. I'm gonna hang out with a friend. Stay strong and stay solid. Oh, yeah, by all means. I want people to see people in real life. Go hang out with people. You can always get caught up on the streams later. Jet, does the emu egg taste any different? No, it just tastes like egg. Well, Looney Tunes 9000, I got a $20 American super chat earlier, which is like $28 Canadian. So I really only need like 22 more dollars for me to read that part in the book. And there's no big spoilers in that part of the book. Like there's specifically picking a part where it's not going to spoil stuff. It's a fun part of the book. Okay, let's get back to this. Let's kind of try to get, oh, not with this one. I'm just like, oh, this is dark. This one. But I wanted to go through the provincial stuff first and try to get through it relatively fast. This one. Okay, so yeah, there was an election here recently in Ontario. Doug Ford won again. I'm going to be doing the recap video of that, hopefully getting that out later this week. I planned to do it earlier, but again, my computer decided to fuck me over for over a week. But there is, of course, some fallout and some things that are like too little, too late, and all that sort of stuff. New share. Here we go. So Diana Chan McNally says an election was called under the guise that Ford Nation needed a mandate to deal with tariffs. Since that election, Ford has stalled reopening the legislature to deal with tariffs and isn't creating a minister position re-tariff threats. Of course not. Like this whole idea that he needed a bigger mandate and he ended up with not a bigger mandate. Like the provincial government, for all intents and purposes, ended up being the exact same as it was beforehand. And none of the other provinces felt it was necessary to have an election to have a bigger mandate for the tariff threat. But instead, it's back to his old shenanigans, and you would think that if the tariffs were really that much bothering him, he would make a minister position for the tariffs. But he didn't do that. Instead, we'll get into it. So Doug Ford unveils new cabinet with few changes to major portfolios. Premier Doug Ford unveiled a mostly unchanged cabinet Wednesday, keeping most of his high-profile ministers in their portfolios following the election. He promised the government will hit the ground running to unlock Ontario's potential and vowed to train workers, attract jobs, tear down blah, blah, blah. All the stuff that, if he was actually serious about, he had 6 years to do. You know, like this isn't new. Let's see. Ford's new cabinet will not include a special portfolio to deal with U.S. President Donald Trump's tariffs. Ford confirmed to News CP24 ahead of the unveiling of his new cabinet. The premier also confirmed to CP24 that the new cabinet is not growing or shrinking, but holds steady at 37 members, which is the largest cabinet Ontario has ever had. Ford won a third majority in a snap winter election, called on the tariff threat. He had been hands-on in dealing with that threat, making numerous appearances on U.S. television. So Chrystia Freeland, the far runner-up to the leadership race for the federal Liberals, attended one of Ford's trade meetings. While he may not be creating ministerial portfolio around tariffs, Wednesday's ceremony suggested responding to the threat to remain at top of mind. Federal Minister of Transport and Internal Trade, Chrystia Freeland, attended the swearing-in ceremony Wednesday at Ford's invitation. Speaking with CP24 ahead of the ceremony, Freeland said she felt it was important that the swearing-in to show that Canada is united, strong, and smart. I'm doubtful about that, but let's see what some of these full cabinets are. So, of course, there's Doug Ford, Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. We have a Minister of Health, Agriculture, Attorney General, Community and Social Services, Research, Excellence, and Security. Let's see, what else? Education, Prepared and Response. There were some really weird ones last time. They're probably still there. We got standard infrastructure, long-term care, something this province has sorely been bad on. Ooh, Minister of Red Tape Reduction. Of course, we need those. Let's see. Minister of Sport. Doesn't say what kind of sport, just sport. Let's see. So, yeah, no Minister of tariffs threat. Of course not. Just, a big bloated, like all of these ministers get a massive pay bump. All of them. Their paychecks are ridiculously high for, some really useless ministers, like Minister of Red Tape Reduction. Really? Really? We need that? And then just ministers that are part of another ministry. Minister of Auto Theft and Bail Reform. That's more important than the tariff threat right now? More from Diana Chan McNally. On the ground, every agency who applied for Heart Hub funding and who currently operates the supervised consumption site hasn't received funding agreement from the province, just startup funding, and the Ford government is obfuscating this. Why? So I covered this in great detail when it was happening, that Doug Ford closed 10 of the 17 supervised consumption sites here in Ontario, but said, hey, don't worry, we have these Heart Hubs coming up. It's all good. So staffing pressures are forcing the South Riverdale supervised consumption site to close its doors on Friday, more than a week before provincial government's March 31st deadline. According to posts on Health Centre's social media, closing date is expected earlier due to limited staff availability. Staff have been diligently preparing for its closure by providing overdose response training, referrals, and planning for the continuity of wraparound care for their most vulnerable service users while keeping the community informed. In December, Premier Ford, did that. So here we go. The province provided over $500 million to help open 27 new facilities that utilize a model of care that prioritizes treatment and housing rather than supervised consumption. Yes, you have to be sober to go to these things, which for some people who are dealing with addiction is not doable. This new site doubles homelessness and addiction recovery. Hub's supposed to open on April 1st. The new Toronto hubs will be located wherever. On Thursday, the spokesperson for Health Minister has been told the Toronto Today funding has been doled out to supervised consumption sites that will become Heart Hubs. Funding has been approved and has flowed to support transition of drug injection sites to Heart Hubs that will open as planned. However, in an earlier comment, Jensen did not explicitly address whether the money is for new site startup costs or if it will also be enough to cover their more fulsome day-to-day operations. So a lot of money. We don't even know if it's going to be to keep these sites open or if it was just for the initial opening or how much more money was going to go in it, but also how much more money does these cost versus the supervised consumption sites. Supervised consumption sites also, we know, save lives, save multiple lives, whereas there's a limited number of beds in these Heart Hubs that are only for people who are sober. For the vast majority of people, not usable. I do think that there should be Heart Hubs for people who want that type of treatment, but there should also be supervised consumption site because those sites can help countless numbers of people who go in and use them. There's no, there's no bed count. There's no room count. You go in as needed, and they have saved literally thousands of lives. So here we have from Colin DeMello in Global News. After a 290% increase in measles cases in Ontario this week, questions are growing about why the Chief of Medical Health Officer isn't holding regular updates. And Dr. Karen Moore has also rebuffed several media requests for interviews. Yeah, that's a good question because I remember, back when COVID was still being taken seriously, there were regular updates on what was happening. There could be even websites you could go to find out where the cases were, where the outbreaks were, where you could go to get vaccinations and all that sort of stuff. And now we have a 290% increase in measles and crickets. So did I just want to do that or read this? So Dr. Karen Moreau of Ontario's chief medical health officers released a statement urging people to get vaccinated last week, confirming the current numbers are the highest the province has seen in the last decade. Yeah. So, yeah, we'll just watch the video of this Google News.
The number of measles cases is skyrocketing in Ontario.
We've had 34 hospitalizations associated with this outbreak, and that's included 2 people who have required care in an intensive care unit.
470 cases have been confirmed to Public Health Ontario as of March 19th. The largest numbers are predominantly in the southern part of the province, with Southwestern Public Health reporting 223 cases and Grand Erie Public Health reporting 111 cases. People living in those areas, including the city of St. Thomas, are worried about the growing spread.
People that don't want to get vaccinated, and I don't understand that because it saves a lot of lives.
My grandkids are older, so they're not really affected. They have their shots. I'd be concerned if they were babies.
A number of measles exposures have been reported here at St. Thomas Elgin General Hospital since the beginning of February. Public health officials say other people who visited around the same time need to be aware of these warnings because they can get infected even hours later after the infected person left.
We know that the reproductive rate of measles means that there's upwards of 18 people who can get infected after one case is identified.
There are cases right across the country, most in people who aren't vaccinated.
About 8% of cases in the current outbreak having been hospitalized. It's important to isolate and actually contact their healthcare provider or emergency room ahead of time.
Okay, yeah, I think we get the gist of this. It's just the fact that Doug Ford isn't doing anything about this. Like, he hasn't, I don't even know if he has said anything about this, but there needs to be like updates to the public, letting people know, like campaigns out there encouraging people to go get vaccinated. Like, it's just, it's one of the, like, it's such a safe vaccination to get, and it's never been controversial before. Like, all of this needs to be happening, and Doug Ford is falling flat on this because of course he is, because he doesn't actually care about the people. Now, on different provincial news, Danielle Smith. So when Danielle Smith, and this is from Ken Bosenol, when Danielle Smith ran for leadership of the UCP, I argued that she was unfit for public office. This interview and the fact she didn't tell Albertans about it prove I was right. I don't believe in recall, but I'm open to an exception here. She had an exclusive with Breitbart magazine. Yep. That she didn't want to tell Albertans about. Smith joined Breitbart News Washington Bureau Chief Matthew Boyle for a segment on the program where they discussed tariffs and the upcoming Canadian Prime Minister election. When Boyle asked Smith how she thinks Trudeau has handled negotiations with President Donald Trump, she suggested Canada got into a ditch in the leaders' internal Mar-a-Lago meeting. Trudeau and Trump meant it. Well, yeah, we know where they met. So I can tell you, I think we got into a ditch with the very first meeting in Mar-a-Lago. I've seen the president's reference many times since then. Since then, the exchange, I think, 2 blunders. One was the issue of NATO, she said. We know the American president expects for all of the trade partners to reach their 2% NATO commitment, and Canada still hasn't committed to doing that. Blah, 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 blah. And then tariffs in Canada collapsing. I think it was the wrong message to send to the convoy because it sounds very, very weak. Smith added that Canada's dependence on trade in the United States is mutually beneficial. Where is it? So, I mean, we are definitely dependent on the U.S. trade. We certainly have more dependence on U.S. trade than in any other market, but it's mutually beneficial, she said. I wish that we'd been able to convey earlier just how much the Americans benefit from being able to buy cheap and discounted raw materials and blah, blah, blah. That partnership... Where is it? There's a thing that she said there. Is it down here? Ah, here we go. So, more about this. He noted in his question that the conservative prime minister would likely have better working relationship with Trump than a liberal prime minister. And she says, before the tariff war, I would say yes. I mean, Pierre Poilievre is the name of the Conservative Party leader, and he was miles ahead of Justin Trudeau. But because of what we see as unjust and unfair tariffs, it's actually caused an increase in the support of the Liberals, Smith responded. And so that's what I fear, is that the longer this dispute goes on, politicians posture, and it seems to be benefiting the Liberals right now. So I would hope that we could put things on pause, is what I've told administration officials. Let's just put things on pause so we can get through the election. She told Boyle that Poilievre, as prime minister, would open the door to a number of opportunities. So she's telling American officials to just pause what you're doing for the sake of the election. And then from CBC News, offensive and false. Alberta Premier Office denies Smith urged U.S. to interfere in federal election. You mean right here where she urged U.S. officials to interfere? Right here? Where she urged them to interfere by putting things on pause? But she's offended that we would accuse her of saying the words that she said? It's kind of like that woman from Rebel Media where she's like, you just called me a fascist. How dare you? And here's Danielle Smith being like, how dare you? No, I would never say the words that were printed as quoting by me. The Office of Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is vehemently denying accusations that she asked the U.S. to interfere in Canada's federal politics, as comments Smith made during an interview with American news outlet earlier this month made waves this weekend. Smith, along with other Canadian political leaders, have been lobbying U.S. counterparts against placing the stiff tariffs President Donald Trump wants on Canadian goods. Part of her effort has included speaking with American news media. During a March 8th interview with Breitbart, a right-wing U.S. media company, Smith said the Conservative Party of Canada was far ahead of the governing Liberal parties in polls before the trade war, but the threat of unjust and unfair tariffs had boosted support. She then said that we can put a pause on it. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is more aligned with the Trump administration agenda, Smith said. Any suggestion that Smith asked the U.S. to interfere in Canada's election is offensive and false, her press secretary said. Sam Blackett told CBC News in a statement. Breitbart interview occurred before Liberal election, but, we all knew this election was happening. So, yes, she was telling them, you need to stop doing this for the sake of the election. But it's not the first time she has asked Americans to interfere with Canadian politics, because I covered this when it happened. But do you all remember when she was on stage with Tucker Carlson and did this?
With American right-wing media personality Tucker Carlson last night.
I wish you would put Stephen Guilbeault in your crosshairs. Is he an engineer? An environmental zealot. He happens to be our environment minister federally.
So yeah, there was that time when she asked Tucker Carlson and his massive media empire and followers and all that sort of stuff to put the Minister of Environment, Canada's Minister of Environment, in his crosshairs. So it's not like she's never asked them to interfere before. It's just this time she happened to ask American officials to interfere by pausing their rhetoric on tariffs so that it would benefit the Conservatives. It's a huge no-no. You're not supposed to do that. Oh, and I guess in some, what is this, good news? Breaking. Telsa is under investigation in Canada and is accused of scamming $43 million from Canada's EV rebate program. I've touched on this before. Some other channels have touched on it, but basically there was a rebate program and suddenly thousands of cars were sold in just a couple weekends from 4 dealerships. And finally they're like, we should look into that. That seems a little suspicious.
A suspicious spike in Tesla sales has experts in the industry scratching their heads. It started with a deadline in January for Ottawa's rebate program on electric vehicles that allegedly prompted a mad rush to buy EVs. CTV's Adrian Gabriel has been crunching the numbers. And Adrian, do they add up?
Sandy, a spike in purchases was to be expected, though the reported sale of 8,600 Teslas equaling $43 million in rebates at 4 Canadian Tesla locations has sparked plenty of questions.
8,600 EVs being sold at 4 dealerships in just a couple days. Seems suspicious, does it?
In the west end of Toronto, this one Tesla location alone reported selling more than 1,200 vehicles on January 11th, totaling more than $4 million in rebates.
1,200 vehicles in one day. Like, I know some people are saying, oh, it could be for like a taxi fleet or something like that. They do the bulk buys, but there is no city in Canada big enough for that type of purchase. I'm just saying.
So we paid them a visit to try and get some clarity on the staggering number of sales.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. My name's Adrian Gabriel. I'm a journalist.
No, basically, like I said, I'm trying to get through these a bit faster. It was a scam. It was just to get the money. Like, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but yes, it absolutely should be investigated. And I'm fairly certain it's going to come to some very shady conclusions. But that's not all with Telsa. In latest blow to Telsa, U.S. regulators recalled nearly all Cybertrucks. U.S. safety regulators on Thursday recalled virtually all Cybertrucks on the road, the 8th recall of Telsa-made vehicles since deliveries to customers began just over a year ago. You know, there might have been some bugs that they hadn't worked out yet, apparently. If this is the 8th recall of them in just over a year. The National Highway and Traffic Safety Administration recall, which covers more than 46,000 Cybertrucks. Wow, that is like 46,000 people who just really want to advertise to the world that they are the biggest suckers. Warned that an exterior panel that runs along the left and right side of the windshield can detach while driving, creating a dangerous road hazard for other drivers, increasing the risk of a crash. The stainless steel strip, called a cant rail assembly, but I don't care about that. Telsa will replace the panel for free of charge. Owner notification letters are being sent out. The recall of 46,096 Cybertrucks covers all of 2024 and 2025 model years. I don't care. Video posted on social media showing people ripping off panels of Cybertrucks with their hands and have gone viral in recent days. The Cybertrucks, which Telsa began delivering to buyers in late 2023, have been recalled 8 times in the past 15 months for safety problems, including once in November because of a fault in an electroinverter that can cause the drive wheel to lose power. Last April, the futuristic-looking trucks, my ass, were recalled to fix an acceleration pedal that can get stuck in the interior trim. Other recalls were related to windshield wipers and the display screen. People have literally died from this. They've died because of all these little bugs. And it's like, I could understand a recall happening because, one oversight. 8 recalls in just over a year? They obviously weren't looking into these too well. They weren't working out all the bugs. They were more interested in getting them out fast than getting them out decent product. But if that's not enough about Telsa, we have this. As many as 80 Telsa vehicles damaged at a dealership in Hamilton. That's blazed. What? I do not endorse people going out to Telsa dealerships and damaging cars.
Hamilton police are investigating after dozens of Tesla vehicles were damaged at a local dealership this week. Officers were called to the Tesla dealership at Upper Wentworth Street on Wednesday after an upwards of 80 vehicles were damaged. There is no word on any potential suspects. Investigators say they're reviewing CCTV camera footage and are asking the public for help solving this crime.
Someone or a group of people attended this location and damaged upwards of 80 Tesla motor vehicles on the property. Damages include scratches to the fenders, the hoods, and punctured tires. Hamilton Police are currently investigating this matter and are appealing to Hamilton Police are currently investigating this matter and are appealing for witnesses to come forward. If you know something about this, please come forward and let us know.
Tesla CEO
everyone,
Elon Musk.
if you know who's damaging these Tulsa vehicles in the dealerships, go straight to the police and let them know. I have an alibi for that night, so. And I don't live in Hamilton. Oh no, property damage. It's definitely newsworthy. Property damage. Oh no. And it's not like the police ever give this much attention to like a stolen car that actually has value to somebody's livelihood. Oh, okay. So I have one more docket to go through that's a bit smaller, has one-off stories and stuff. It starts on a really dark story, so I'm going to have to remember the tone before we get started on that. But before we get on to that, I will read more from the SandeeLovas. I'm getting my earphones all tangled in my slinky. There we go. Oh. People talking about selling the eggs for the emus. Well, they're going to be, because Little Wild West to say people are selling them for $100 on Kijiji. They would be more expensive because it's a hell of a lot more difficult and expensive to keep emus. And to have an emu farm, like those are not very transportable, and they can torture chickens easier by putting them in tiny little crates and not letting them move their entire lives if they just sit there and shit out eggs all day. I'm against factory farming. And so at least with the emus, it was free range. Like they had a place that they could go and run around and all that sort of stuff. But they probably also don't produce as many eggs as a chicken does. And they're not bred to do that. So yeah, it's just you would pay a lot more for the experience of eating a massive hunter green egg. Green eggs and ham. Although the egg still looks like egg. It doesn't look like green or anything. It's just the shell is. SAMI supervised consumption sites have been proven to diminish HIV, hepatitis C, and various skin infections and ODs. The Wild West, frankly, Googling when they started vaccinating us from measles. Yeah, I remembered. I wanted to talk to my mom about that to make sure. I do believe I got measles when I was a kid. I know I got chickenpox too many times. Which means I want to get my shingles vaccine a hell of a lot younger than what is expected. Let's see. Bad Lefty, that was a great weekend by the sales team. Give them lads a pay raise. There ain't no way they sold thousands of vehicles in a weekend. Hello, Mudbuds. I'm actually getting super chilly in here. Might have to go get my Majority Report hoodie on. Right, I wanted to get done before the letter hack starts. Okay, one more docket. Let's just quickly get through it. Like I said, it starts off with a kind of dark story. One that I have been following for years. So in a couple live streams ago, there was an update to the story that I shared with everyone about the remains of an Indigenous woman being identified in a landfill, and a set of second remains have been found and identified as one of the other victims of this serial killer. And I believe that there was a video on it. Yeah, this is the video. Okay.
Of Mercedes Myron have been officially identified after being found in late February in the Prairie Green landfill north of Winnipeg. Myron and Morgan Harris, whose remains were identified in early March, can now be properly put to rest by loved ones almost 3 years since they disappeared.
Mercedes Myron and Morgan Harris are coming home. This is what we set out to do. I don't know if many of us knew the odds of success. I certainly was always trying to keep a realistic perspective, but
Yeah, in just a few months, they found the remains, and they were thinking it could take a minimum of a year, but in just a few months, like the fact that this was campaigned against by the conservatives and everything just goes to show the racism. Like, everyone knew we'd be able to find the remains because remains of humans have been found in landfills before. So it was just racism preventing, the police in the province from stepping up to do the right thing.
turns out bringing them home was within our grasp.
Myron, 26, and Harris, 39, were 2 of 4 confirmed victims of a convicted Winnipeg serial killer. Myron and Harris were both members of Long Plain First Nation. Their murders took place between March and May 2022. The remains of another victim, Rebecca Contois, were found in June 2022 in the Brady Road landfill south of Winnipeg. The remains of a 4th, yet-to-be-identified victim, named by the Indigenous community as Mushkade Bijiki Ikwe, or Buffalo Woman, have still not been found. It took roughly 2 years for the landfill search to begin after Winnipeg Police Services said they believed Harris and Myron's remains were at the site in December 2022. However, the Winnipeg Police Services refused to enact a search, and the previous provincial government campaigned against the effort, both citing health concerns related to asbestos. Throughout that time, the women's families and their community endlessly advocated for the search.
Until we get her home, we'll be fighting to bring her home. Like I said, even a piece of her would be good. We'll have a piece of her at home at least.
We're not asking, we are telling you that this needs to be done. You will search the landfill, and if you will not, you will hand me the shovel and you will hand me the hazmat suits myself, and our community will go in there and retrieve our woman.
It took about 3 months for the 2 women to be found from the time the physical search began in December 2024. Morgan Harris's daughter Elle says the pain of waiting and advocating was unnecessary for the families. She took to Facebook to share her thoughts on Myron being found. There was absolutely no need for all this trauma that was induced, for all the exhaustion, for all the constant fighting and pleading to bring my mother and Mercedes home. We did not have to endure all this pain if they just listened to us in the first place instead of tearing us down every step and every second of the way. Manitoba Premier Wab Kinew says the search will continue and says remains and other things that are significant are continuing to be found. Kinew hopes the findings bring unity to a province somewhat divided on the search.
And I hope now, regardless of how you felt over the course of this thing, I hope we can all just agree it's good that we're able to provide closure to these families so that they can move forward in a good way. And now the rest of the province, neighbors included, ought to be able to move forward together.
Sav Jonesa, APTN National News, Winnipeg.
And this is from Leah Gazan. She's the federal MP, NDP MP for Winnipeg. Just sending out this message with news of further remains found at the Prairie Green landfill, sending all my love and support out to the families of Mercedes Myron and Morgan Harris. Community members and the search team, thank you for your bravery you've shown in this painful and difficult process. It is such an absolutely heartbreaking story, and I hope they continue. Like, I hope they find the Buffalo woman, but I hope they continue, even if they find a body, to keep on searching, because I've always kind of worried that there'd be more than just those 3 that they were looking for. I've kind of worried that there'd be a lot more that they could come across in these landfills, which is just horrific. And the fact that the Buffalo woman hasn't been identified, again, it's heartbreaking that there's a family out there maybe missing one of their loved ones and have no idea that it's her, or somebody who has been so, troubled in life that they don't have any friends or family to report them missing. Like, it's just, it's heartbreaking all the way around. And I'm going to put this into the sandbox for people to see. It's a video, but it's like about, yeah, it's over 20 minutes long. But I've been following this story as well. And this is about the land and water defenders of Wet'suwet'en. And I've covered how the RCMP was found to be, yeah, you guys were being racist when it came to what you did to these women. Also, the charges are coming up, sentencing and all that sort of stuff. The conviction is coming up. And this is from, there was that famous footage of the RCMP breaking down a door with an axe, and that's this story here. I've also shared the documentary that people can watch about this, Yiten. It's on YouTube, available on YouTube, so you can see the documentary that was 10 years in the making about this particular, these women who were defending, their land, because the Wet'suwet'en is not Canada. But Canada was, Justin Trudeau was forcing a pipeline through their land, like invading their land, sending RCMP officers to have snipers trained on them. Like that is Canada. This is also Canada. So Nikki Ashton had tweeted this out, and she's an NDP MP, appalling. No one should fear for their safety while at a library or really anywhere for simply existing. But attacks like these don't just terrorize individuals, but entire communities, which is why we must speak out and condemn Islamophobia, all of us. So we are horrified, though not shocked, and this is from the National Council of Canadian Muslims. We are horrified, though not shocked, that a person attempted to set a Muslim woman wearing hijab on fire in the town of Ajax, Ontario. We are outraged to learn of this unprovoked attack on a Muslim woman, which took place in the Ajax Library on Saturday, March 22nd. And so from CBC News, charges laid after police say hijab-wearing woman was attacked in Ajax, Ontario Library. Municipal officials in Ottawa town say they are horrified following a police report that a hijab-wearing woman was attacked in a public library. Durham Regional Police say officers responded to an assault called in the main branch of the library on Saturday. Police say a woman was in the library studying when they alleged she was approached by an unknown woman who was yelling profanities at her while throwing an objects at her head. They say the 25-year-old suspect then tried to remove the woman's hijab while pouring an unknown liquid onto it. Police allege the suspect grabbed a lighter and attempted to set the hijab on fire, but the woman screamed for help and security intervened. A statement posted on the Town of Ajax website from Mayor Sean Collier and Library Board Chair, I do not know how to say that, said the incident appears to have been motivated by Islamophobia. To the victims of this terrible act, anyone triggered, hurt, or disheartened by this attack, especially as occurred during Ramadan, a month of peace and spiritual connection, we are here to support you and stand up against all forms of hate and intolerance, the statement said. Police said the suspect fled the library but was arrested a few hours later, and she was charged with 2 counts of assault weapon and 3 counts of failing to comply with prohibition orders. So groups wanted investigated as a hate crime, and attacks like this just seem to be increasing. And yet we hear about it from some politicians, but not like the politicians that whenever there is an IOF soldier injured or killed while they were busy doing a genocide, and then, Justin Trudeau, Pierre Poilievre were all like, oh, the tragic loss of these innocent Israelis, these Zionist IOF, IDF soldiers that were committing a genocide. Oh no, they got caught, they got, killed in the line of their duty, but we need to mourn their loss. But whenever it comes to things like this, it never gets mentioned. These attacks from the people up in the higher up, unless it's so drastic that literally somebody has died. That's usually when they say, ooh, Islamophobia bad. But, we can't forget about October 6th. Like, it seems like whenever any sort of even unrelated to Palestinians and Israel and stuff, but if Muslims are attacked now anywhere, that October 6th, whew, gotta mention that when you're also saying how horrible this is. Absolute cowardice from our leaders. And this type of attacks, they're only increasing with the amount of hateful rhetoric that is being spewed by a lot of the people in power, and also by a lot of the media influencers out there, by people like Rebel Media going around with that stupid truck that was saying, the Muslims are infiltrating and invading Canada. It leads to more attacks like this, and it's absolutely heartbreaking and devastating. Like, no one should have to fear going to the fucking library. Like, just even going out in public, no one should have to fear that. And then Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East had sent this out because, there are some politicians here that do have a spine. They say, thank you to these 29 Liberal, NDP, and Green MPs, not shocking, none of them were Conservative, for calling on Canada to enforce a strong two-way arms embargo without exceptions or loopholes, among other measures. Urgent action is necessary to halt the escalating violence to protect the Palestinian people from genocide. And so this is Salma Zahid tweeting this out. Candidate for the Liberal Party of Canada in Scarborough. The Canada-Palestine Parliamentary Friendship Group released this statement yesterday. It was drafted before the recent tragic events of Netanyahu's airstrike ending the ceasefire, but our message is even more important. And I'm just going to pop this on screen. Feel free to pause it right now so that you can read it over if you like. But we urge both Israel and Hamas to abide by all terms of the ceasefire. You don't need to urge Hamas. They're doing it. It's the Israel that keeps on not doing it. Canada must use all its tools to support the state of goal of two-state solution. I don't think a two-state solution is possible at this point. A free and democratic state of Palestine living peacefully alongside a free and democratic state of Israel. But yeah, it just needs to be no more arms, no more war, just allow the humanitarian aid to go in. And so these are the politicians here who had the spine to actually put their name to this. And, Matthew Green is there, Nikki Ashton there's, Leah Gazan is there. The three people I would love to see run for leadership of the NDP. Oh, and Heather McPherson is also another really good one. We have Elizabeth May, who's the Green Party. Yeah. So definitely need that. An absolute arms embargo, but a slight little victory when it comes to this subject. So Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East is celebrating a major victory for media accountability after the National News Media Council ruled that the Toronto Sun published inaccurate and misleading claims about pro-Palestinian protesters. CJPME's Media Accountability Project has filed a complaint with the NCC about a column published on October 5th, 2024, in which the author, Brian Lilly, had smeared thousands of peaceful protesters as the equivalent of Nazis and terror supporters. The NCC sided with in concluding that the Toronto Sun had misrepresented the protesters in violation of journalistic standards. And this is their full statement, which you can, again, I'll just toss on screen and you can pause and read the whole thing if you like. But that is the thing. We do have language laws in this country, more so in Quebec, but hate speech, blatant things like this, like it's the same as when the one social media personality accused people participating in Drag Time Story Time as being groomers. Blatant lie. You can get sued and held accountable for that. And that's what this organization has done against, the Toronto Sun, which is a right-wing rag, accusing people in this being in like the support of Nazis and stuff of that sort. Absolutely gross trash that comes out of the Toronto Sun, in my opinion. So it's nice to see some accountability. I thought there was something else along there. Did I miss it? Sorry, there was another story related to this that I wanted to touch on. I'm just going to check my other tabs to make sure I didn't accidentally move it properly where I wanted. Oh no, I covered it yesterday. That's it. Whew, shouldn't be doing these streams so close together. Yesterday, where a couple women from a university that were targeted by the police for their pro-Palestinian thing also was able to hold the people accountable for falsely arresting them. So some good news there. There are, checks and balances in this country that are far more superior to that in the United States, and they need to be used. And, someone claiming to be a news organization shouldn't be allowed to just get away with blatantly saying, that the peaceful protesters are the equivalents to Nazis or terror supporters. Also, Canada... From CTV News, Canada should raise the retirement age to 67 to address labor shortages. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
While some over 60 settle into retirement, Bill Van Gorder is bucking the trend. His days consist of a blend of work and volunteering.
Others are quite happy to keep working well into their 80s. I'm an example of that. I'm 82 and I still have a full.
That should be a choice if you want to be working well into your 80s. It should not be a necessity, which it is for so many people. It needs to be a choice. Because the reality is, trying to get a job when you're even over 40, trying to get a job at a new company, a lot of them don't want to hire you because you're too old. And they can't, even though most jobs these days, the turnover is just a few years anyway. But because of your age, they don't want to hire you because of long-term, you're not going to be there for the long term or something of that sort before you have to retire. So the idea of trying to get your job in your 70s or 80s, trying to use technology you never grew up on, in a world that you're, the way that the world works out there, you're not maybe necessarily so familiar with. If you want to and you can, great. It shouldn't be a necessity, and it is. And the idea of raising the age to 67, no. I agreed with somebody else who was tweeting about it. It needs to be lowered. Where more productivity has improved, we should be benefiting from it by higher wages and lower retirement age. We should actually be working towards a society where we get to enjoy life more, not be taken advantage of longer by corporations.
full-time job.
And he has no plans to stop.
There's really no science that says at a certain age you can't work anymore.
A new report from the C.D. Howe Institute suggests gradually raising the retirement age from 65 to 67.
People are naturally delaying retirement, financial reasons, and to be able to support family.
This would also address labor shortages and help sustain pension systems.
Life expectancy increased by 10 years. So this is really important to consider all these factors and also inform individuals about, for example, they need to live longer, they need financial support for a longer life after retirement.
This in turn would also feed the...
Yeah, just because we have a longer life expectancy doesn't mean that we should be put to work longer. Like that's the miracle of health care that should be benefiting people, adding to quality of life, allowing people to enjoy more of their life, not be exploited longer.
Healthcare system, which the report says is needed, especially with an aging population, particularly in Atlantic Canada. But that also means a different pension policy and delaying early access, which
Sorry. You didn't need to see those images anyway.
Gorder disagrees with.
If you're going to start pensions later, then you have to make sure that the people whose health fails earlier in that are not affected by it.
In Canada, employment opportunities are limited for seniors, especially on the East Coast where unemployment rates are the highest for the group. That's why the Institute also calls for a more welcoming workplace.
Part-time options, and also in terms of the training that they need given the evolving labor market.
And in terms of training, the Institute recommends offering older workers opportunities like digital skills and job search strategies, as well as providing part-time options and flexibility. Maria?
Makes sense.
So I just realized I was in the wrong screen. Did you guys even see this when I said I'm going to pop this on screen and you can pause it to read it? Was I in the right screen for that? So here, this is the letter that was signed by the MPs calling on Canada to enforce a strong two-way arms embargo. Here's the letter. Feel free to read it at your leisure. And those are all the MPs that signed it. And then over here, we have the statement from CJPME about their win against the Toronto Sun for calling pro-Palestinian protesters Nazis. It's right there. So you guys saw that. So when did I click off of that screen? And why did I click off of that screen? Oh, okay. Oh well. Only 2 more tabs to get to. You can tell I'm getting, like, yeah. So this is somebody just saying, counter offer, lower the retirement age to 55 and increase wages. Yes. We should be able to enjoy more life, not have it taken away from us. And this is kind of on the same lines I've found. So this is from Hallie. Social mobility in the UK is quite low. If you are born into a family in the lowest 20% of earners, there is about a 10% chance you will get to the top 20%. If you are born poor, you will most likely die poor. If you are born rich, you will most likely die rich. That doesn't mean people shouldn't try their best, but Gary is right in saying that it's statistically very unlikely you'll move up the ladder. That's a systemic failure, not an individual's fault. And I was actually surprised by this. Does he say it here? That basically one of the places with the best mobility is Canada. And I'm like, if that's the case, then wow, this entire world is fucking screwed. I thought he said it here. It might be in a follow-up tweet. But Canada was one of them. But I just wanted to get to the video here. So, can you become a millionaire?
I think the reality is, for kids from poor backgrounds, it is almost impossible to realistically get even financial security, never mind wealth.
But why do you think you could do it, I could do it, he could do it, but you don't think other people could do it?
I won every maths competition I've ever been in. You know what I mean? Since I was a little kid, I was one of the top students at LSE, and I still had to win my job by cheating in the card game. You know, that's the world that we live in. I don't think that's a very replicable strategy.
What I see is most often the people who do really well financially who are young, they dropped out of school, they dropped out of university, they started learning how to do things by doing their own research. They start their own business or co-found a business. They take a very alternative path. When people sidestep that and say, okay, I'm not going to get into university debt, I'm just going to go off and actually figure out how the world works, there's actually loads of opportunities.
Okay.
But it also takes away loads of opportunities. Because one of the biggest hampers I have in getting a job, like a normal job, is I do not have a college diploma. I did some college. I have a certificate from a certificate program, but I don't have a diploma. And it's not that I couldn't. It's just at that time I was too naive and didn't realize I should have. So for a lot of people, it's impossible for them to enter into the workforce without that piece of paper. Like, not everyone can navigate and make their own entrepreneurial future. You need to have that in order to get one of those standard jobs that they want people to go out and get. Because if everyone just didn't go to college and university and tried to do their own thing, capitalism would collapse because they need those workers in those jobs that don't pay enough.
So I guess we've sorted it then. All of our viewers need to do just be more entrepreneurial. It's as simple as that. More entrepreneurial, start a business. Listen, my friends can't feed their kids, okay? And if it was as simple as going out and being an entrepreneur, I can bet you they would do it. I can bet you they would do it. I'm sick of multimillionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan, it's sick.
I look at my situation, and just to kind of give an idea as to how difficult this is, I'm an entrepreneur. I've started my own YouTube channel. I have my own art business. I've written books. I am making almost no money. And I've been at this YouTube channel for 4 years now, more than 4 years. My art, it's fucking good quality art. Still, my only customer, my mom. Because in order to be an entrepreneur, you need resources, you need connections, you need money. I could be making a lot more on these right now if I had the money to advertise. If I had the connections with people who could afford my artwork, or connections with other companies or other YouTube channels. Like if I had stronger connections with other YouTube channels and get onto their shows so that they could plug my content. If I had the money to completely build my studio, to get the education that I need to do a better job, to do all of these things. You need connections, you need resources, and you need money in order to be an entrepreneur. You might be able to get a loan from someone, but that's because you're connected to someone who can give you a loan. You also need to not be suffering from mental health issues. Makes it a lot more difficult to start your own business when you're crazy like I am. So it's not as simple as just going out and starting your own business. Because you can go out and start your own business. It doesn't mean it's going to succeed either. And then what? Now you're out a whole lot of money. And for some people, they can't take that gamble. They can't take that risk. And they can't even start to begin with. People should be able to feed their kids, afford rent, get the medication they need from just working a minimum wage job. That's what should be happening. And as this guy says, it's no fault of the people who can't make millions. The system is designed to keep people down.
This gives people mental illness. It gives people mental illness.
The thing that I know that gives people mental health issues is feeling that they have no agency in their life, that they can't do anything. Your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. There's no such thing as meritocracy. You're never going to be successful. To me, if I had have come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed. I'm so glad that I came across people who said, Daniel, you weren't born into a rich family. You don't have any bank of mum and dad, but it's cheap and easier than ever to start a business. Start by working for someone who's got a business, then figure out what's your opportunity. And there's a way. There is a way. I'm not saying everyone ends up as a millionaire, and I'm not saying everyone ends up equal, but I'm saying you can make improvements in your life. And the thing that causes mental health issues is the feeling of having no agency or no control over your circumstances until the world changes the whole economic system.
I've never said don't work hard, okay? When I brought my book out last year, the hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking in London Bridge. And I come out late, it was like 1 a.m. And some guy come up to me when I was unlocking my bike. He said, I've been watching you on YouTube. This guy started crying. On the street, right, in front of me. He's like, I work so hard, Gary. I work 2 jobs. My mum's sick and I'm trying to...
Yeah, like when you're struggling to keep a roof over your head, when you live with poverty, when you are on the streets, how the fuck are you supposed to get a good job? It costs money to get a job. You need to be able to get the proper clothing, the transportation, to make sure you have the right equipment, right training, all that sort of stuff. If you live in dire poverty, it's virtually impossible to get a job that will get you out of that poverty. That's the way the system was designed. So if you're struggling to keep food on the table for your kids and stuff, it's not as simple as just going out and getting a better paying job, because who's going to give that person that better paying job?
Help, I'm trying to support, and I don't understand why. And I'm sorry that I'm crying, but nobody ever told me that it wasn't my fault before. That's what he said to me, okay? And listen, I believe 100% aspiration, ambition, entrepreneurial spirit. I would never see a kid that has that and say, turn it off, okay? But the flip side of if you just work hard enough, you can make it, is if you didn't make it, it's because you didn't work hard enough and it's your fault. And I would like you to sit and think very hard before you send that message to young men and young women in our society.
Very good message. And that is all my tabs, just on time for you to see this adorable kitty. Hello, Lanier. Hello, Lanier. Oh. Him with his little shark fin goatee. Yeah, you're so cute. You're so cute. I don't know if you can hear him purring. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yeah, so that I'm now caught up in the last week. I do not know when my next live stream will be because I want to get the Ontario recap, election recap video done, and yeah. Oh. So let's check the sandbox and then we can wrap up so I can take more painkillers for my headache. And then don't eat the cord. Then I can actually get something to eat. Looney Tunes and Shemagli, 29 libs. No, it wasn't 29 libs. It was including libs, as Shemagli was saying. Did I call you Shemagli again? Oh. Let's see. So for anyone who's joining late, yes, my drawing of M.M. Thickeland. I really hope that she gets to see this. It's going to take a lot of promoting online, I think. I'll send it in their IM tomorrow to see if I can get her to see it. Again, I don't need her to praise me or anything. I just want to know that she's seen it. Let's see. Got a kitty cat to pet now. Jet, yeah, I completely forgot about the factory farming factor, Sandy. Looney Tunes 9000. I'll be calling as Pat Robertson on the letter hack to do not tell Matt. Shh. Okay, we won't tell him. Call in as Pat Robertson to the letter hack show. Yeah, Jet, for a while I was able, when I had a steady income, I moved away from all factory farmed or processed meat. So only meat bought from like local farms and stuff where they actually respect their animals and whatnot. Halal kosher meat. Also like more exotic meats like an elk burger or something like that because it's less likely that they went to a factory farm. Because I'm massively against factory farming. I can't wait for the day where they just grow our meat like in a factory. Like they're working on growing like just in a lab grown meat. I'm looking forward to that day. And hello, Bee Cat. Mudbuds, I retire at 72. That doesn't sound like it's a choice. In Looney Tunes, I'd retire at 80. You see, someone like me, since I'm not technically working, I'll probably never retire. I know my mom still works, and I wish it was just by choice, but it's not. Like part of it is it keeps her social to do what it does. It gives her some connection to the outside world, but also she has to because CPP isn't exactly good to live on. B-Cat, Lefty, I'm hanging in there. Just can't sleep, so I've been taking breaks from chats to switch my brain off. How are you? Oh, sorry to hear about that. Feel free to watch those thunderstorm videos that get far more views than any of my live streams. Live right now, there is a thunderstorm, ESMR type thing, and it probably has like a lot more viewers than what I would ever get on any given live stream. Let's see. Nope, it's not live, but there's several because I looked up one, and so now it's all my recommends, all these ASMRs about, oh, nature relaxing in 4K. It has 150 viewers right now, thunderstorms and whatnot. And I'm sure it is. Like, I just clicked on some of them because I was curious, and I'm like, you know, this is oddly soothing. So there is that. Let's see. Who else? What else is going on? I forgot to click on TYT today. Well, I have to click on them so that they're in my watch history in case I need to go back to a particular episode or anything. But that's part of the reason why I desperately want to get that TYT video done so I can just ignore them completely. The Wild West. My mom dropped out and became homeless. LOL. What are they talking about? Yeah, like that's the thing. If you drop out of college and university, again, you have to have the connections. You have to have a place to live still. So if you have family that are willing to support you while you work on your entrepreneurship, that's one thing. But if you don't have that, you can't just drop out. Sammy, and mind you, we sit on spoils of colonialism. Our productivity has increased. We can fucking afford it. Yes, we can. In the Wild West, not everyone wants to be an entrepreneur. We can pay all jobs a living wage. Yeah, I'm wrapping up right now. Everyone go head over to the letter hack. I will have to turn off and not watch live because my head is killing me and I need to eat and unwind. B-Cat, ugh, the privilege is just so gross, yeah. Okay. Not everyone can be an entrepreneur. Absolutely right. Okay, so I'm all caught up. Thank you again to Zeke the Beast for the $20 super chat. American dollar super chat. Super appreciate it, because that works out to almost $30 Canadian. And yeah. So excited about my book. Please pick it up. I'd love to know what people think of it. Only if it's good things. That's the thing I worry about. Is like I ask people, it's like, oh, read it, and I want to know what you think about it eventually and stuff. But then it's like, oh, but what if they hate it? And then they feel like they're on the spot and they don't want to tell me how much they hate it. Or what if they tell me how much they hate it? So there's all of that. Ugh. But yeah, I'm toast. I'm done. I've been at this for over 4 hours. And yeah, so tomorrow I'll be working on the video about the Ontario recap and some other things. And yeah, don't know when the next live stream will be, but considering there's a federal election happening right now, probably soonish. So we'll do all this. Doom, 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 doom. Buy my book. If you can. Patreon, but you guys know all of this. You're great. So thank you everyone to coming out. Thank you to the mods for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you for everyone who's been able to support me either through Patreon, through super chats, the wish list, all of that. Even just buying the books, all of that helps out so much, and I super appreciate it. It really helps to keep the channel going. So, where is it? Oh, right, I do this. Until next time, salut, à la prochaine. Wait a sec. How do I do my sign off? I'm getting all distracted by this cute kitty. Salut, à la prochaine. Darn it, I'm totally like having a real big brain fart on how I do my sign outs. I know there's the salut à la prochaine, so stay tuned. Until next time, I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. I remember that part, but I think I'm missing something. Oh well. Cute kitty. Cute kitty. Look at the camera, cute kitty. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your day. Anyway, yeah, I'll just have to watch the end of one of my other videos to remember how I do that. Anyway, bye.